Nebraska. Spartans 18.5-point underdogs at number 25 USC. Lions wide receiver Isaac Tesla has got 2 career catches with 1 career hand used. Wide receivers coach Scotty Montgomery says Tesla is in line for a bigger role in the Lions pass game, but he first needs to see if he can use 2 hands. The Lions, they'll be back on the practice field today with their schedule moved back a day this week for Monday Night Football. They're 5.5-point underdogs at the Ravens. And the Red Wings opened training camp in Traverse City with a fast-paced scrimmage yesterday the players called very intense. Head coach Todd McClellan says he's introducing more of his concepts this week after not having a training camp last fall. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, officially getting a little nervous. Good morning, 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Greg behind the glass, Luke Sloan on the updates. It's a Friday, and John, our baseball team is still stuck with the magic number of 7.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of feels like, when somebody's going for that record and they can't get, it was like Aaron Judge. It was struggling to get to, when it was going to hit 61, then when he was going to hit 62, and it felt like the anticipation was you just kept waiting for it. We keep waiting for the Tigers to do something at the end of the season, and I know that there's a lot of panic right now with Tigers fans.
I think Wojo has officially declared panic in Tiger Town. The midday show broke out their panic indicator. The afternoon show after the game, we're taking calls on where the panic is for the fan base.
So I heard the beginning of Wojo and Rieger.
Yeah.
And the panic in Tiger Town from Wojo was 3 times, and it was epic. Like I should have thought of this before the show for Greg to actually grab it.
Well, we have 4 hours. We'll get it for people.
Did
I know it doesn't help us right now, but we will have it, people.
He went I thought he was going to lose his voice.
So what is it then? Scale of 1 to 10. And the emotion, if it was annoyed before, it's nervous now. I'm nervous. You're losing Scooble starts. You're inviting the Guardians back into this. It's now 3.5 with 3 head-to-head next week. The math is still on their side. I'm not like a 10 out of 10 on the panic scale. But, John, there's no shortage of people to blame for this. It's not like there's one thing. If they could just fix this one thing, then everything will be okay. I mean, they're not hitting. I could start there.
Well, so that's been the biggest thing because you've had Flaherty. That was a good performance. Mize, good performance. Scooble, good performance. But when you only score 0 runs and then 1 run, and your starting pitcher in the first game gives up 3, you would think you'd be able to win a game where you only gave up 3 by your starting pitcher through 9 innings. Now, I know Mize didn't go 9 innings, but it's right now, it's the bats. And it kind of feels like it's always trying to put out fires.
Yeah.
And at some point this season, it was the bullpen, Canely, all of those things. And then it was the starting pitching, but the bullpen seemed to be all right. And then when the pitching was good, the bats went silent.
Inconsistency. I just asked Tom before we came on the air. I said, do you know, off the top of your head, Tigers had 6 All-Stars. Who the 4 bats were that made the All-Star game? And you start rattling them off. Well, you had Riley Green, you had Gleyber Torres, you had Javi Baez, you had Zach McKinstry. All total duds in the month of September. All of them. These are the stars. These are the shining example at the Midsummer Classic. It's the best of the best. Look how talented the Tigers are. All of them are letting the team down in the month of September right now. I mean, Riley with another 2 strikeouts yesterday and an 0 for. Zach McKinstry's batting 9th.
Yeah, but even when he was an all-star, we were talking about how the strikeouts were adding up.
Right, and you can deal with them when you're getting the occasional extra base hit or home run. He's been terrible in September. He's batting below 200.
Well, they haven't had the lead enough.
Oh, there you go. But like I could give you their numbers. None of them are hitting well. None of them are hitting their weight in the month of September. Those are your best players. Like, John, when times get tough, you look for your best players to step up, and none of them are doing it.
I'm back to yesterday. I woke up angry. Today I just woke up frustrated. But this is where my eternal optimism, the glass is half full, starts to kick in. They got 9 games. They've got to get it right in 9 games. They have plenty of opportunity. They are still up 3.5 with 9 games to go, with 3 games against Cleveland. And I know they just got swept by Cleveland. I know that they lost a series to Miami. They won a series against New York, but they lost one to Chicago. So what is this team? We'll know come September 28th. We will know, and this is not a let it play out. I am saying there is an opportunity for whether it's Green, Torres, Javi Baez. Like it's an opportunity for some of those guys to step up, because who has stepped up? The pitchers have been better.
Yes.
All right, so they have stepped up their performance. Now, bats, let's go.
1-6 in the last 7 games. Here is the offensive output in each of those games. 3, 2, 4, 2, 5, 0, 1.
Mm-hmm. And that 5 took 10 innings to get to the 5, because in 9 they only had 3.
They were counting extra innings there. It's just not good enough. And John, you're right, the math's still there, but if they lose 1 game more than Cleveland does in this next series, they don't control their own destiny in the division. Right? If we get under 3 and Cleveland's coming in next week, or we're going to Cleveland next week, Detroit suddenly doesn't control their own destiny the final week of the season, when they were up 15 and a half games at one point.
They do control their own destiny because they play against Cleveland. They have the hand-to-hand combat opportunity.
My point, though, is Cleveland can take the lead in that series.
Sure they can. And so can the Tigers.
Well, they already have the lead.
Yeah, but and so
that hasn't done them any good lately.
But they still control their own destiny because they actually are playing those games.
Sorry, I should have phrased it differently. My point, though, is the control you thought you had in the division slips through your fingers.
Sure.
Because Cleveland also then controls their own destiny, which they currently don't.
Correct. Yes, if the Tigers just simply win, they close the door.
Solve everything.
Yeah.
But that hasn't happened. So panic, 1 to 10. And what's your biggest issue with this team? And there's no shortage of issues, things you can pick at.
You know, I thought yesterday when I woke up this morning, my panic would be out of 1 to 10, since we make things nice round numbers here on the
morning show.
The morning show, yes.
The midday show.
The midday show is weird.
12. 1 to 12.6.
Yeah, which I think is hilarious.
It's funny.
But I think I'm probably at a 5.5.
Okay, yesterday you were, a
4.5
in the crosstalk?
4.5 out of 12. So, Greg, can you help me with the math? Like, how does that equate? So, a 4.5 out of 12, that's just over
math on the radio.
33%.
Yes.
So, 5.5 out of 10
is a big jump.
It's a pretty big jump.
A 20% jump. I look. Yeah. It should have jumped for people yesterday because Scooble was going to settle things down. I don't want to gloss over that you just did that on the air. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Math on the air does not always go well for people.
Yeah, especially me.
But the Scooble thing should have raised people's frustrations or their nervous energy, or let's just call it what it is, their panic.
Yeah.
I think I told the guys I was like 3 point something. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. I'm at a 5 now. This is officially teetering.
Right.
This is officially, hey, one wrong step, and the floodgates open.
See, the way you were talking, I thought you were going to be way above 5.
The math is still the math. And in fact, John, I have the updated Fangraphs percentages. We gave this to people yesterday. Do you want to know how dramatic yesterday was?
Hold on. Get the SMARM alarm ready. Get the SMARM alarm
can tell by my tone,
ready.
No.
Twitch. The SMARM is heavy on Twitch because they were talking about, like AJ always says, hey, we were the first to 40, first to 50, first to 60. And Dynasty Dan says, but they were first to 40 wins. Wow, that might be the first time we've used the SMARM on Twitch.
Twitch also says the manager will never admit it, but the pressure is getting to them. Here are your percentages. Yesterday, their percentage to make the playoffs was 98. Now it's 96. To win the division was 95.
Yeah.
Now it's 91. To get a bye.
Because they control their own destiny.
Yes. For them to get a bye was 59% yesterday. This is where they took the biggest hit in terms of the odds. Now it's just a 43% chance to get a bye, no longer the likely outcome that this team gets a first-round bye.
Yeah.
And their World Series odds stayed about the same because it doesn't change that dramatically over one day.
No. Because they'll still be in the playoffs.
Yes.
So,
I mean, lose 2 or 3 this weekend and...
the odds shift dramatically.
Yeah. Scooble just had the chance to stabilize and calm everybody down. And he didn't pitch poorly by any stretch, but they lost the game.
Right. He gave up 1 run.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's,
and that was a bad pitch and an 0-2 count, but I'm not blaming him. I mean, you give up 1 run, you should win the game.
Yes.
And they went to Melton, the guy that we actually thought was one of their better bullpen pieces.
When they pulled Scooble yesterday, were you at all thinking, you know what, this is playoff time? Maybe we should get another inning out of him?
A little bit. I mean, he was at over 100 pitches.
He was like 101.
And he was emptying the tank. He was throwing 102 in the 6th inning there. I kind of expected them to pull him.
We all did.
But of course, dude, like keep him in the game. I want to see one more. That's your best player. But you know what? Their best player, Jose Ramirez, tees up Melton, hits a 2-run homer, and I'm looking around at all the Tiger bats going, who is our best bat? Will somebody step up right now? And none of the All-Stars have contributed much in the month of September. That's my biggest issue with this team right now.
And here's where I'm frustrated. And I'm not going to go to trade deadline. I'm not going to go to, they didn't do enough to improve the roster. It is what it is, right? I'm not going to kick a dead horse. But every time Ramirez gets up to the plate, don't you feel threatened?
Oh, yeah, I hate it.
Every single time. And then when he hits the home run, it just, I just wish we had a bat that you felt, that somebody else felt threatened by every time they were up to
Our
and
best
I don't
version
know,
of that is who? Kerry Carpenter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's only when there's a righty on the mound.
I know.
But so that's my point is Ramirez is an everyday guy.
Switch hitter plays every day.
And great at third base. And so I'm not going to get into the whole
bases. Does all of it.
break. I'm just going to go with I hit the sounder before you did.
You did it like fast forward too. That was great.
Yes, because I wanted to get it over with. But I'm jealous because we don't have that guy that when he gets up to the plate that is just going to get on base one way or another when it matters most. And I don't watch all Cleveland games. I don't know if he's had slumps. I don't know. I would imagine that every Major League Baseball goes through some. I imagine his aren't extended. But he gets up to the plate and you're just like, oh, man.
Dread.
And even earlier in the season, and I know they pointed this out on the broadcast the other night, like A.J. Hinch gave him kind of the ultimate respect where he pointed at him and said, we're walking you. Like, I don't even want you to go to home. Don't even get in the batter's box.
Just go over to take a stroll.
Yeah. Save put the bat down. Save the bat boy's legs.
Panic in Tiger Town. Scale of 1 to 10. We'll take some phone calls, some ticket texts. We got picks coming up at 6:35. We'll check in with MSU fans late in the hour, see what that Saturday night's going to look like. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, call Lawrence KG. It's KG Law, one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents only, which means Lawrence KG can win you millions of dollars, and he has for his clients. He fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. So if you or a friend or a loved one, someone you care about, is injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law right now. That's 877 KG Cares, KAJY, KGCares.com. That's KGCares.com. 3-1 would be your final. Double D Dan Dickerson on the call. Their best player, their star, steps up in a tight ball game. The Tiger bats, the all-star bats. I've got the month of September in front of me, John. It's not pretty. Gleyber Torres hitting 154. Riley Green hitting 192. Zach McKinstry, a robust 212 at the plate. And Javi Baez is hitting 105. Those are your all-stars, your best players. That's the month of September. And now we're in this thing, where Cleveland has clawed all the way back to within 3.5 games. We've asked about the panic in Tiger Town and where you're at. I was annoyed. Now I'm nervous. I'd put myself a 5 out of 10. We're starting to teeter-totter. Weekend series goes south. We're in full-blown panic with Cleveland hosting Detroit. You're at a 5.5. We're in a similar spot.
Yeah. And it's frustrating. I mean, there's a lot of emotions. Frustrating, maddening, disappointed. It didn't have to be this way, but that's why you play 162. You add them up at the end, see where you're at. And right now, yeah, they had a 15.5 game lead at one point. They haven't won the games to put this away that they needed to. And I know AJ was talking about last night. I read part of his quotes in regards to, you could look back even at the Dodgers series to start the season. If they had won one of those, it matters. Like, that's why he says every single game matters, and that's why they're focused on today's game. And I'm saying that as, throughout the course of 162, not just the one today. This one today may seem a little bit more important because it's today's game, and you have the context of the division at 3.5 games.
Yeah, it felt like they were each worth 2, and they lost all of them, including the Skubal start, which I think has incited a little more panic.
Guardians pitching has been dynamite.
Unbelievably so.
Yeah, they've only allowed more than 2 runs, I think, twice in the last 15 games or something like that.
Yeah, sounds right.
But the next 2 pitchers for Atlanta both have 5+ ERAs. If they don't hit them, we're in big, big, big trouble.
Good note. DeVell, Madison Heights, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen and lady. So my panic meter is really at around 6.5, and it would be higher if we didn't have Atlanta this weekend at home. So if there was ever a get-right series and get-right – you stole a little of my thunder. I was going to mention about Fridays and Saturday starters with the 5.50 ERA. That's definitely a get-right moment because it doesn't get easier. Cleveland and Boston has something to play for, so – there's going to be no let up, so we have to get it done this weekend. We get it done this weekend, I'm good. We just at least got to get 2 games.
Yeah, you take 2 or 3, you get back to winning series. Yeah, then all is going to be okay.
Then all is right in the world. And then one more thing you mentioned about the bats. Who's our best batter right now? For me, it's crazy to say it, but for the here and now, it's Spencer Torkelson. He's the only one hitting. He's the only one. I mean, when he's not striking out, he's hitting line drive singles, line drive doubles, and line drive outs. He's our only consistent hitter right now. I would have said Gleyber before this month, but it's been Gleyber all year before this month.
Yeah.
But now, it's definitely Spencer Torkelson.
I'll back you up. Tork's hitting 298 in the month of September. He is one of the bright spots. Just not many of them right now. Yeah. Braves have won 5 in a row, by the way. So they're not limping in.
No.
You have to earn it. Yeah.
And, I mean, okay, everyone at this point, unless you've got one of those little letters in the front of your club, like the E's, where they've been eliminated, everyone has something to play for. Whether it's just to simply get into the playoffs as a wild card team, which is where Cleveland currently sits, or it's trying to win a division. But the Tigers right now are 3.5 up. All right, use that to your advantage. Go out there and just win today's game. Take care of your own business.
Math is still on your side. Don't blow this. All right, Heather with the news.
Well, the University of Michigan scholar from China, who is accused of smuggling biological material into the U.S. and also lying to federal agents, is expected to plead guilty soon. So prosecutors filed a criminal information against this woman, charging her with smuggling, conspiracy to commit smuggling, and lying to federal agents. And if convicted, she faces up to 20 years in federal prison. What started as this rumored chemical spill outside of a Rochester elementary school quickly turned into a death investigation.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so there was never a chemical spill at all. That was just kind of like rumors that were circulating online. But Oakland County Sheriff's Department says that they discovered a body while they were checking out a car in the parking lot of McGregor Elementary School on Wednesday. They do say foul play is not involved and that the community, the students, everybody at the school is safe. You can now go and purchase your very own Detroit Lions custom Crocs. They're available now. We talked about these before they came out. They became available online yesterday. We talked all about them. They're pretty pricey, though. For some reason, I didn't think they were going to be this expensive.
How much?
For Crocs.
Yeah. What are we thinking? Like
Right, the
60?
plastic shoes.
Yeah. Yes. $84.99.
Wow.
It's the same as the stupid hat. Like the hats were supposed to start at like $50 for a very generic plain hat.
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
It's the lion tax.
for Crocs,
it's the NFL tag.
they're
Yeah.
cool. I mean, they look for a Croc.
Yeah.
They look nice. I
So
mean,
it's kind of an oxymoron. They're cool for Crocs.
yeah, right. Like they are,
Right.
and you can get the little Detroit Lions, the little like gibbets that go in the charms
Yeah.
that go into the shoes too. I think
Are
those
they
are
gibbets or giblets?
There's no
I
L.
guess
There's no
okay.
giblets.
Yeah, giblets. I guess that's
They're just
That's
gibbets.
something else.
No. So they just released 14 teams, but every team in the NFL is going to get these custom Crocs throughout the season. But you can get your hands on the Lions now. Visitors to a zoo in Thailand, you guys, were horrified when a zookeeper was eaten alive by lions right in front of their eyes. So this zoo can apparently be explored by foot or by car. So you can get like up close and personal with these animals. Like
Sounds
you can
terrifying.
you can drive this. I picture like this Jeep through this enclosure or,
Yeah, no thanks.
wherever. And apparently this zookeeper, 58-year-old man, got out of his car. He was in the drive-in zone.
Yeah.
And
why'd he get out?
well, he worked there. I'm guessing that maybe one of the other employees said that it was like feeding time. So maybe he
Clearly.
was
Yeah.
going to be part of
He
said
was.
feed. Well, he
Yeah.
was the meal, but I meant like maybe he was just going to toss out.
Yeah.
I have no idea why he got out of the car, but
Clearly
he had
thought
worked
he
there
could, yeah.
and had worked with the Lions and the Tigers for almost 2 decades. So he's had experience. But yeah, can you imagine? Apparently it went on for about 15 minutes before another zookeeper could actually get in there and try to rescue the guy. Man.
Yeah.
Hey, if you want to go to the 2028 Olympics in LA, you'll have to start
I
acting
know.
soon. So general registration
Putting in my vacation time now.
Yes.
Couple 2.5 years ahead of time.
for the tickets opened on in January of 2026. So that's more than a full year ahead of the ticket timeline during the Paris Games in 2024. So beginning next year, you can register to enter this lottery for Olympics tickets. And then if you're selected in this random drawing, you'll receive a purchase time and date for when you can go, and the tickets will drop beginning in the spring of 2026. If you're not selected in that first one, you'll automatically
second
be
chance?
entered in. Yeah.
Okay.
You get a second chance. More information about the process will be released later this year. But man, it would be. I would love to go.
It'd be awesome.
Me too.
I would love to go to the Olympics.
For any event.
Sure, I wouldn't
Yeah.
really care. I mean, there's events that I would prefer to see,
yeah.
but I wouldn't care.
Yeah, I just want to be in the area, in the building.
Yep. So they do begin on July 14th of 2028, and they close on July 30th, and then the Paralympics will be in August 15th through the 27th.
Okay.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the picks. And for the first time in over a year, someone else is in first place. Let's get to it. 97.1.
Guys, football is back, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have: Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. They're both absolutely delicious and available in the convenient variety 8-packs. Now, each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, no bubbles, no troubles, zero carbonation, so you can tailgate like a champ. Ask for it at your local bars and stores. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Week 4 of the picks is here, and as we take a quick little peek at the standings, you'll see somebody new in first place. No longer Heather Park.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
I'm in first after a 4-3 week, the only one to pick the Tennessee Vols in the points. But it's tight in the standings. Heather and Tom a game back. Greg and John 2 games back.
Yep.
All right, we're going to start in the Big Ten, the game the worldwide leader doesn't want you to see because they're in Miami watching the Corps of Florida play a football game. 3-0 Illinois at 3-0 Indiana. The Hoosiers are favored by 5.5 in Bloomington. Jim.
By the way, your picks are brought to you by Shaner Roofing. Let's make sure we get that in. The first pick is Indiana. You got the lower-ranked team favored, and the number's been going that way. I get the more experienced quarterback, the better quarterback, and I get the better playmakers. I'm going Indiana.
I was surprised over the first couple of weeks how much pressure Illinois was giving up on their quarterback. Very disappointed. I think Brett Bielema gets that fixed going into the Big Ten play. Drew Altmaier, I'm surprised you think that the kid at Indiana
Mendoza's better.
Yeah, he may
play
be,
out.
but I think they've got more playmakers. I think they got a better run game for Illinois, and I'm not. All right, hey, Illinois doesn't have to win this game. This can't lose it by 6. I'm going to take Illinois.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going with Illinois as well. It really just comes down. I like their logo better. I like their colors. But you know what it really, really comes down to is this week on the 2 Grand Slam, our contestant lost because he couldn't name Brett Bielema. I didn't know who he was. Now I do. And that's what I'm going with. That's it.
Of Jeff Rieger's annoying habits, and he's got a long list of them, on top of my personal annoyance list is the fact that he constantly refers to Indiana as the Hoosier Daddies. For that reason, I'll take Illinois.
Well, Jimmy, you're going to be on an island here.
Oh.
Oh, look at him. He just
Nobody goes into Bloomington at night and walks away.
Altmaier has played clean this year, no interceptions. And as Heather said, Brett B, I think, is the better coach. Give me the Fighting Illini.
Michigan State travels to USC. It's Spartan versus Fight On. USC is favored by 18.5 points in the Coliseum, John.
It's a lot of points for a Big Ten game, but Michigan State's defense hasn't stopped anyone, and they can't apply pressure. If they can't do that, USC is – it's hard to tell who USC is just because they haven't played anyone, but I think USC is able at home – especially at that time. The disadvantage that Michigan State has of playing at that time of night is just bizarre to me. So I'm going to go with USC.
Oh, college kids can't stay up till 2 a.m.
And perform at that level? Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'm going to take my Spartans. I just can't get behind ketchup and mustard.
Ketchup, their
I don't like their colors.
I feel like 18.5 points is... Michigan State's better than to be given the charity of 18.5 points. However, my son loves horses. He would love Traveler. Let's go SC. Fight on.
I'm going to take Michigan State here because I think Michigan State's going to be able to score some points. USC will at least post 40 probably, but I do think Aiden Childs will get some points on the board. I don't know how good USC's defense. That's been their bugaboo since Lincoln Riley's been there, so I'll take the points here.
Yeah, when this was 14, 15, 16, even under 17, I understood taking USC. The numbers just gotten blown out. Aiden Childs will score some points. How good is USC? They've struggled since they've come into the Big Ten. Can MSU hang in? Give me the Spartans.
The Wolverines travel to the Heartland. Michigan favored by 2.5 points at Nebraska. Heather.
Okay, so in my vast research, I discovered that the very thing that got me through, I could say high school, but definitely college, was invented, I guess, or came out of Nebraska. You want to know what that was?
Yeah.
Cliff Notes.
Okay.
I'm going with Nebraska.
This is why my head is exploding
This
right
is your
now.
reigning champion.
Biff Poggi's back on the sidelines, and with him on the sideline last week, it was an invitation to have a really interesting Back to the Future 2 discussion with Biff Tannen being the main villain there. Unfortunately, we don't have the Sports Almanac, and it only went to the year 2000 anyway. I'm going to take Nebraska here.
So I have got to think Michigan, picking-wise for me the last couple of years, I might have 4 wins. Seriously, I've been awful picking Michigan. So Michigan
Then take
fans,
Nebraska.
No, Michigan fans, you're going to hate this. I'm taking Michigan. I think Michigan has the better kicker, and that's going to come into play here. They win by 3.
I'm loving that you took Michigan because I'm on Nebraska, and that kicker has been shaky. 2.5 is a powerful number. I get a quarterback in his second year at home versus a quarterback hitting the road. I'll take Nebraska.
This is an opportunity for Michigan's offensive line to do something that I think they're going to have a rare occasion to do this year. That's push around another defensive front. It's a small defensive front. The biggest guy is their nose tackle, and he tips the scales at 300 pounds. They've given up a number, like 150 yards per game against the likes of Houston Christian. You run the ball. Bryce Underwood is part of that rushing attack. And Biff said earlier, hey, Chip Lindsey, call whatever you want. And I think they unleash Bryce Underwood. They unleash this rushing attack. I'm going to go with Michigan.
All right, to the NFL, the Cowboys travel to Chicago to take on the Bears. Bears favored by 1.5. You know who's coming back to Chicago? Eberflus. He's the defensive coordinator for the Cowboys. Now it's a chance for the Bears to get revenge on their former head coach. I'll take the Bears.
I'm going to take the Cowboys here. They've had a knack the last few years of beating teams that are similar or slightly worse than them on the road. They take care of business a lot of times in this situation. And Ben Johnson's calling out his team a little bit, and I just think that's a rocky situation. And I think the Cowboys' offense is definitely going to score points. I don't know if the Bears' offense can, so I'm going to take Dallas.
Yeah, I'll back you up on it. Dak crushes bad teams. 39-12 straight up against teams under 500. Give me the Cowboys.
Yeah, I mean, this Cowboys offense is going to score a lot of points throughout the course of the year. It's not about their offense, it's about their defense. But I also don't trust Caleb Williams. And if this is going to be a battle of teams scoring points, I'll take the Cowboys every time. Give me the Cowboys.
Yeah, me too. I'll take the Cowboys.
Greg's on an island.
Rams at the Eagles. Philadelphia is laying 3.5 points. Tom.
So Matthew Stafford, I think, is going to play a really good game in honor of his best friend Clayton Kershaw, who's going to be retiring. However, even if he plays a good game, the Eagles beat them last year by 17 and 6 the 2 times they played. Saquon Barkley went for 255 and 206. Show me, Rams, that you can stop Saquon. I will take the Eagles.
Eagles have not run the ball early in the season particularly well. Saquon Barkley under 4 yards per carry, and now you got to face a front that sacked the Eagles 7 times in the playoffs. I think 3.5 is a powerful number. I'll take the Rams.
Okay, they obviously got those 7 sacks in the playoffs, but the Eagles still won. And that offensive line is looking at it going, we can never, ever in our lives let that happen again. It doesn't happen again. It's a good Rams front, but I'm going to take Fly, Eagles, fly. That's the closest you're going to get to me singing ever.
Nice job. I'm going to take the Eagles as well. It really just comes down to Jalen Hurts.
I will take the Rams. Sorry, Heather.
Because he's so cute.
Yeah, he is.
Let's go to Sunday Night Football. Sunday night. The 0-2 Chiefs, 6.5-point favorites on the road at the Giants, Jim.
Are they really going to start 0-3? No, they're going to win the game. Are they going to cover the spread? Yes, they're going to cover the spread. Give me the Chiefs.
Yeah, I'll take the Chiefs as well. I just don't trust anything about the Giants, especially their quarterback position, so I'll take the Chiefs.
I'm taking the Chiefs too. They have to win.
Patty Mahomes will drag this team to a victory if he has to. I will take the Chiefs.
I'm going to take something crazy here and go on Giants Island. I like this amount of points.
Crazy's good.
Against a team that's struggling offensively, and a backdoor cover could be in play here. That's a lot of points going on the road in the NFL. I'm going to take the Giants.
All right, and finally, Monday Night Football. The Lions travel to Baltimore, taking on the Ravens. Ravens favored by 5.5. Devil's number, John.
I think the Lions play good. I just still have concerns until I see... They play well, yes. Thank you for correcting me.
Jeez.
But until they show that they can communicate on the road, until they can find a way to stop Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, I'm going to go with the Ravens.
I hate to say this, but I'm also going with the Ravens. Yeah.
So I play Zen GM football, and I became the GM of the Ravens. We got to the Super Bowl and faced the Lions. We're leading 17-13 late in the game. Lions are driving, under 2 minutes to go. 4th and goal. Lions score the go-ahead touchdown in the Super Bowl. Oh, wait, there's a flag holding, nullify the penalty. Lions need to go for it for a longer 4th and goal. They don't make it. Ravens win the Super Bowl 17-13. Who wants to do that show in February? I'm going to take the Ravens.
I'm going with Lions here. And the Lions have never won in Baltimore. They're 0-4. Barry Sanders' last game was in Baltimore. I think the Lions offense is going to show up. I don't think they're going to win the game, but I think they're going to show up and put some points up. And they're not going to get trucked like they did the last time around. I will take the points, take the Lions.
It's the highest point total of the week. I trust the Lions offense. Problem? I don't trust this front, especially without knowing if Marcus Davenport's going to play. They are thin at the edges. Lamar Jackson extending plays at home. Lay the points. I'm on the Ravens.
I'm on Lions Island.
Yes, you
You're
are.
all along,
Yeah.
buddy.
2 NFL islands. Oh, boy.
All right, those are the picks brought to you by Shana Roofing. 97.1. You know, replacing a roof isn't something most of us look forward to. It's a big investment. You may be dreading it, but you need to make the right decision. It's why choosing the right company matters. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have trusted Shaner Roofing. Here's why. Not only are they local experts, proven track record, every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. That means your investment's protected for as long as you own the home and if you go to sell it. Plus, Shaner Roofing has earned 4.9-star Google ratings from thousands of happy customers. That kind of trust doesn't happen overnight. It's built on decades of quality work and customer care. So here's the deal. If your roof is aging, leaking, if you're just ready for peace of mind, go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts. It's a football Friday. Good morning, 97.1. Picks in the books. Phone calls to get to on the Tigers. Some ticket text reacting to another loss. Scooble on the mound, and they still lost. Lead down to 3.5 in the division. We also want to talk a little bit about people's plans on Saturday night. But first, Chris in Davidson, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for taking the call.
What's up?
Happy Football Friday, too. So, I'm a Tigers fan. I'm also a diehard New York Mets fan, and this is eerily similar to the 2007 Mets debacle, and they collapsed. There's 17 games left, lost 12 of them. They had a 7-game lead at the time. They only had to win, I think 8 or 9, even if the Phillies were winning all those games, which they were. And this kind of seems on that level. And I don't want that to happen to the Tigers and especially to the fans, because it's so hard to lose that stigma when that happens, because that's still considered the biggest debacle and blown situation ever in baseball history. And I think this one might be considered worse because now there's more teams that get into the playoffs with the wild cards. And I really don't want to see that happen. I don't think it will, but me being a Mets fan and all the bad stuff I've seen happen, it hurts. And I mean, these are my two teams. This is the teams I want to see in the World Series every year. And the other thing that kind of makes it feel like the same thing was, the year before the Mets were in the NLCS and they lost to the Cardinals in Game 7. And that was so close to actually having that World Series of the Tigers and the Mets. We know what happened with the Tigers and the Cardinals that year.
Yeah.
And, last year the Tigers, they weren't supposed to do that, the team of destiny thing. And now I feel like it's almost like the same script. And the thing that happened the next year in 2008 was they went on a road trip. They lost a couple games early in the season. They fired Willie Randolph. I don't say that, but if A.J. Hinch was to get in this predicament and they couldn't kick out of it the next year, who knows what could happen? It could set the team back, and that's what I worry about.
I don't think that's on the table even at all. I mean, look, the reason they're sputtering right now, I don't really put it on A.J. Now, if you think he should be pressing different emotional buttons, if you wish he was Leland and he was grilling into guys during the losing, I suppose you could argue for that, but he's not working with a great lineup. I gave you all their all-stars. They're all struggling.
No,
what's he supposed to work with? His GM gave him nothing at the deadline.
And go back to last year. Do they make the playoffs last year without AJ?
No.
Are they leading through most of this season? Are they the first to 40, the first to 50, the first to 60 without AJ?
No, they don't overachieve without AJ Hinch.
Right. And so I think we can all look at this and say, to be leading as in this division, in a bad division, is it's cool. It's fun. And it's been great. And they've lost a great lead. But if they were in any other division, it would be a much tighter race throughout the course of the entire season.
Well, they'd probably be on the outside if they were in another
division. The West, they still have more wins than the West. But then you talk about the scheduling and all that stuff. Yeah.
So let's just get some ticket text from people. We asked you about panic level today. Texter says, I'm hearing David Bowie's Panic in Detroit in my head right now. Yesterday before the game, I played the emotional hedge, plus 1,200 for Cleveland to win the Central. Just blow it and let me collect. I don't know why I'm a sports fan.
So you can win your bets.
I suppose so. Panic is a 9. I could easily see the team going 2-7 the last 9 and missing the playoffs altogether. This is a dumpster fire.
So I understand the emotional hedge. Going back to that first text.
Yeah.
So we're doing our picks, right? And I picked the Ravens. So if I win the pick,
great.
All right, now all of a sudden I get a chance to, not be in last place anymore, hopefully. But if I lose the pick, I get to celebrate a Lions win. So I understand the emotional hedge bet.
You pay to be wrong, essentially.
Yeah.
Guy said a 9 out of 10. Another text says 6 out of 10. However, my biggest issue is the mental capacity. This team is positively freaking exhausting. Ed at work who is mentally drained.
That is another emotion I don't think we've talked about enough. We've talked about frustration, anger, all of those different things, but it is exhausting. But the baseball season itself is exhausting. That's part of the equation.
You're talking about every day a new result for 6 months straight.
Yeah.
From the best record in the majors to losing the division, call it what it is, it's a choke.
If they lose, they haven't lost it yet.
If they do, it is a choke. It's a collapse. It's awful. It's embarrassing. Texter says, I've been a Tigers optimist since spring training, but even I'm getting nervous. We need to get some momentum heading into the playoffs.
9 games.
Yeah, again, the chances, odds are, the math says they'll still be in the playoffs, but you have no confidence if you're going to play this way. And your confidence goes down if you don't get that first round bye. Your confidence goes down if you don't win the division and have to start on the road. Like, all of these things are in play right now. They've invited these conversations because they can't win. 1-6 in their last 7 games. Swept by the Guardians with 3 more against the Guardians. Ticket text 248-539-9797. John, you ready to hit the panic button yet? They're spiraling out of control and might miss the playoffs entirely. The Red Hot Braves are in town this weekend, and then a Red Hot Red Sox. The way the Tigers are hitting, they can't beat anybody. Jonesy in Rochester.
Well, the Red Sox, let's not call them red hot. I mean, they're 5-5 in the last 10. They lost yesterday. So let's just make sure that we're using the right adjectives. Red hot means you're coming in here 9-1 in your last 10, or 8-2. Like 500 ball is not red hot.
It does make you think if it comes down to the last series of the year and a certain batter comes up and drives the stake into our heart, how unforgivable that would be.
How
I can pot him down if you want me to, John. I really can't do that.
Please, yeah. Let's.
You haven't even thought about that?
Let's go to our update.
We'll get to it in just a second. And we do want to talk to Spartan fans about what their Saturday night's going to look like and how they feel about it. A chance to vent and a chance to kind of talk through how you game plan an 11 p.m. kickoff. Talking Panic in Tiger Town, 248-539-9797. Want to get people's thoughts on that this morning. All of our baseball coverage is brought to you by Paramount Plus. Watch the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local games all season long, starting at $30 for the first year. It's like $250 a month. ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks, the Tigers have left themselves some work to do as they look to clinch their first division title since 2014. After being swept by the Guardians this week, their division lead over Cleveland is now just 3.5 games. The Tigers have a magic number to 7 to win the Central with 9 games to go. That starts tonight against the Braves at Comerica Park, the last home series of the regular season. Trips to Cleveland and Boston conclude it. Outfielder Kerry Carpenter, are you looking in the rearview mirror at the standings? The sweep also leaves the Tigers with only a 1-game lead for the 2 seed in the American League. Charlie Morton starts for the Tigers tonight. Bryce Elder for the Braves. That first pitch, 6:40 right here on 97.1. Michigan and Michigan State have their Big Ten openers on the road tomorrow. 21st-ranked Wolverines, 2.5-point favorites at Nebraska. Spartans, 18.5-point underdogs at number 25, USC. The Red Wings will be back on the ice today for day 2 of training camp in Traverse City. Camp began yesterday with a scrimmage the players called fast-paced, which head coach Todd McClellan says is necessary to be ready for the preseason. McClellan says he's introducing more of his concepts at camp after arriving midseason last year and not being able to. Thursday Night Football, Josh Allen's 3 touchdown passes and a game-sealing interception with 3 minutes to go lead the Bills to a 31-21 win over the Dolphins in Orchard Park. Miami's now 0-3, raising more questions about the job security of head coach Mike McDaniel. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1.
The first one hurt.
A little bit. Sorry, guys. That
You
was
might have strained
Wojo.
something.
That was Wojo. And
Is that the only way Wojo can pull a muscle?
Yeah.
Broadcasting's a sport.
Yeah. He Wojo down with the oblique.
1 to 10. Where's your panic? Wojo sounded like an 11. And a lot of people are nervous. I'm nervous. It's down to 3.5. They lost with Scooble on the mound yesterday. They haven't hit all month. All of their all-stars are ice cold. 5 out of 10, just because the math is still on their side. But it's moving the wrong way here. The panic meter, it's there.
Every loss, the panic goes up. And nervous, I don't know if that's necessarily a great measure of panic, because until it's all done, every single game, there's going to be a little bit of nervous energy. Even when it is done sealed up, there's going to be some nervous energy because it's, well, are we creating enough momentum to get into the, so when we get to the postseason, we can actually do something.
But I wasn't nervous yesterday. I was like, oh, okay, Scooble's going to pitch. They'll win the game. It'll be back up to 5.5, and we'll spend our show doing a lot of football talk. Instead, they lose, and they've invited in this very tense final 9 games of the regular season. Mm-hmm. And it's not just the division. It's the bye. It's confidence in any kind of run in the playoffs, which feels off the table at the moment. Let's get to some people. Corey in Livonia. Corey, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I place this all on Scott Harris. I don't see, I know there's people on your station, Valeni says, he's done a really good job. I don't see it. I don't see over the last few years. I mean, look at the Rodriguez deal, a couple years ago with the Dodgers, and that all fell apart. Last year, he traded Flaherty, and he got a good catcher that we're not going to see in 3 years. Trey Sweeney is up and down. I mean, he's living on 75 more than he is at Comerica Park because he's going back and down, up and down with Toledo. This year, what has he done? I mean, he's got more swings and misses with pitchers in the offseason. His one good signing was Gleyber Torres, and that's for 1 year. I don't see anything that he's done. And then when it comes time that we need to have a good team, or we need to get a good player or someone to help the offense, he doesn't do anything.
So
you swung and missed with Bregman. And you have no plan B.
So who do you credit?
No other player out there.
Who do you credit for being in the playoffs last year and now this year? And they're not in the playoffs yet, but for being a team that has led for almost the entirety of the season in their division.
A.J. Hinch.
So you give A.J. Hinch any slate of players, and he's going to be a manager that puts you in this position.
John, last year they made the playoffs.
I'm asking the question.
I understand that. I'm saying, though, they made the playoffs last year with a historical slide by the Twins. If the Twins won 2 games, we weren't in the playoffs. So that got. I mean, we got lucky last year. I enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong. I enjoyed it, but they got lucky. This year they played out of their mind. Now it's just water's finding its level. They're an average team, and what I'm saying is Harris hasn't done anything to put us over that average line. We are an average team, and it's starting to show that.
Well, it's showing that they don't have enough high-end talent. I would agree with that point. They don't have enough high-end talent. Yeah. And at the deadline, they went with Finnegan and friends, and they are missing Finnegan right now.
Yeah, which he should be back this weekend.
Would be a nice boost. But the friends component wasn't good enough.
So I don't think he added a bat, and I'm not defending this. This is the reason why I don't think he added a bat, because I think they were counting on Matt Vierling.
Well, then he made a mistake. He never should have counted on a guy who couldn't stay healthy all season. Yeah, he should have given himself options. That's the whole point, right? Give yourself options, because when Zach McKinstry inevitably cooled down, right? When Javi Baez inevitably cooled down, when Riley Green is going streaky, you need to have enough bats to sustain any of these droughts.
So I think they really made a mistake all season long with Vierling. I think the whole thing we talked about it in spring training. Just shut it down. self-right, and maybe he's not on the team the entire year. Instead, there's been this back and forth, and thinking that, hey, he's going to be back. He's not probably going to be back now. He's had a setback again. And
well, even if he is, when he came back and he was quote unquote healthy, it took him 100 at bats before you thought you started to see something, and then all of a sudden you got to hit the pause button again.
I mean, he really had one moment this season. It was that big home run in the 8th inning, middle of summer.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they made a real critical mistake there because the right-handed batting is just awful on this team. And also, they trusted their all-stars. And we both know it was McKinstry, and I think even Baez, it was laughable that they were in the game, to be honest with you. But, you have to. You can't trust a half a season. You got to trust a career, or you got to look at Baez's time that he's been here. I mean, you said it, Jim. 105.
Yeah, let me give the numbers again for people. In September, the 4 all-star bats for the Tigers: Javi Baez hitting 105 with a 350 OPS. Zach McKinstry batting 212 with a 614 OPS. Riley Green's hitting 192, 605 OPS, and Gleyber Torres, who's been a really quality bat all year, 154 in the month of September with a 626 OPS.
And one of your best hitters is maybe injured.
Colt Keith.
Yeah. I mean, it's a disaster.
Well, and your glove at third base.
But as we pointed out earlier, they need to hit the Braves the first 2 games. If they don't do that, I really believe they're in big trouble.
Well, this turns in not like a 5 or a 6 out of 10 panic. It starts to become an 8 or a 9.
Yeah.
And you're almost full-blown panic.
Well, and, okay, I didn't want to bring this up, but, I mean, as you're doing the math, and I'm not going to get too deep into the math, but...
Is this a heat check here?
This is, okay, if you end up losing the division to the Guardians, because you're at 85 wins right now,
yeah,
that means you're not winning many more games. The Red Sox right now are at the cut line for the wild card spot.
So that could
so
be...
you lose the automatic spot into the playoffs by winning the division.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden you finish the final 3 games of the season in Boston, and they're the team that is chasing you for that last wild card spot.
Those games could decide who's in and out of the playoffs.
Yeah,
if you don't pick it up here.
Yeah.
If this team can't win 3 more games.
Just add a little anxiety to our listener.
If this team can't win 3 more games, I mean, seriously, that gets them to 88. Like I tell you guys quite often, in the end, getting in the playoffs in baseball's, you get 86 to 88 wins, you're in. If they can't win 3 more games remaining on their schedule,
That'd be a joke.
They deserve what they get.
Yeah.
Tigers, no grit, missed the playoffs. Harris should be gone, John and Fenton. Texter says they might be the most phony playoff team of the last 20 years. They're toasted oats in the playoffs. Your best hitter can barely hit 260. And this one says free fall is 100% on the front office. At the deadline, we were, if not one of the best teams in baseball, and decided to do nothing except Finnegan and friends. If the collapse come to fruition, they miss the playoffs. I want Scott Harris gone.
Well, I think we can all agree that that's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. But I do want to just remind people that if Scott Harris had traded any of those top 10 prospects, it would haunt them. Anybody find what's going on particularly haunting? I do. God forbid they would have given up one of those guys. It would have haunted them. Much worse than choking a 15-game lead in the division. We can trade campfire stories. I think that one's worse.
Missing the playoffs?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, for his sake, they need to make the playoffs because this fan base is not happy.
Yeah.
All right, speaking of fan bases that are not happy, John, I want to work in a little bit of MSU stuff.
Okay.
This is a unique situation. Are Spartan fans going to play ball?
This is example number 1 why USC, UCLA, Oregon, and Washington should not be in the Big Ten. I understand the finances of it. I understand the money. I understand all of that. But it's like Stanford being in the ACC. It's ridiculous to go cross country and play at 11 p.m. your local time. Is there anyone else out there that thinks this is absolutely asinine?
248-539-9797. We want you to let it out, Spartan fans. It's finally here. You're going to play tomorrow, and it's going to be at 11 p.m. at night. If you want to vent, we'll open up the lines. I also want to know what your game plan is. Like, are you taking a nap? Are you caffeined up, like jittery from the energy drinks? How do you plan to make it to 2 a.m.? Or, John, maybe you're just not going to stay up. Maybe you look at the spread and go, we're going to get bombed by 20. It's too late at night. I'm not going to F up my Sunday. I'm not watching my team this week. 248-539-9797. We'll take some of those phone calls and more of the panic in Tiger Town. It's 97.1.
Hey, Lions fans, it's Heather here to tell you Verizon is helping you get your game gear ready. From September 19th through September 30th, visit a participating Detroit Verizon store and you can score big. Choose an accessory for your phone, tablet, or gaming device worth up to $70 on us with a new phone purchase on select MyPlan activations. Think of it, a new phone case, an extra long charging cable, or a portable battery pack to keep you powered up all game day long. Make your move now and switch to the #1 network in Detroit. Visit your local Verizon store today. Only on Verizon, the official 5G network of the Detroit Lions. Accessory offer while supplies last to first customers during promo period. One gift per purchase per account. Apple accessories ineligible. See store for additional terms and details based on Root Metrics Detroit Root Score Report 1H 2025. Tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experience may vary. Root Metrics rankings are not an advertisement of Verizon.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their law firm. Many law firms come and go, but 30 years of experience is a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com, or you can call 248-539-5040 so you never have to personally deal with the IRS.
Dan Dickerson on the call, 3-1 final. Tigers swept by the Guardians. We're going to turn your pain into your gain later this hour. Listen for the Jose Ramirez home run call. Yes, it was the decisive blow late in the game. When you hear that, that's your cue to call to win tickets to see Nate Bargatze, Little Caesars Arena, August 14th. It's courtesy of 313 Presents. He's the comedian that hosted the Emmys this week. Kind of got a dry sense of humor. I like him.
Yeah,
Clean
he's
comedy,
funny.
too, family friendly. You want to win those tickets, listen for the Jose Ramirez home run call when it plays later in the hour. All right, John, we asked people panic in Tiger Town. We also asked people about MSU football at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Are you even going to stay up and watch your team? If you're furious about it, let us know. Vent your feelings. Ticket Texter says, it's BS that it's an 11 o'clock kickoff. It's a problem playing West Coast teams in the conference. If our team was good, I'd stay up, but I have no faith in this coach or squad. By 11 o'clock, I'll be in bed so I can be fishing the next morning at 7 a.m.
Oh. Get any room in the boat?
I know my team's going to get their doors blown off by 40+. They're not going to win another game this year. I'm not staying up till 2:30 in the morning to watch it happen. It's definitely getting skipped.
So there's a couple things going on. I don't know if you've experienced this. I've run into a few Spartan fans throughout the course of the week, and I've asked them because I'm kind of puzzled. The team is 3-0, and they want the coach gone. Now I get maybe it's not as exciting as you were hoping in 15 games with your new coach, but there is improvement with Aiden Childs. The offense looks better. Defense, that's another matter. But the fact that you're not going to watch this, and that's your reason, that you don't think you're going to win another game. Now, okay, that's a side topic, but just going to the 11 o'clock start, there are I'll watch it simply because we'll be getting back at about that time.
Oh yeah,
and it's I'm not going to get home and just completely hey.
Pass
Go to
out.
bed.
Yeah.
So I got to unwind a little bit, and I'll unwind with some Spartan football, see how the game is going. If it hits halftime and it seems like it's a game, I'll watch the entire thing. But it is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous that an East Coast team, and I know Greg's comment during the picks was, oh, kids, college kids can't stay up until 11 o'clock or 2 o'clock. I get that. Yes, they can, to party and do other things. But I think Michigan State is at a disadvantage with their body clocks saying it's 11 o'clock at night. Now you want me to go out there and perform at an elite level, at a high level for 3.5 hours?
Look, it was a disadvantage last year going both ways, East and West. And a ticket texter points out UCLA is going to have to play a 9 a.m. game their time later this month or in the next month here when they play MSU at noon.
And I know, okay, when I say this is me. This is somebody that gets up at 3:30 in the morning, and I'm an early riser, even if I didn't have this shift. I do think your body clock, it's easier to get going and perform in the morning football than it is 11 o'clock or even going into the next day.
Right.
At 2 o'clock Sunday morning when you are going to be in the fourth quarter. Now, I could be way off But again, that's just me.
But again, this is like almost unanimous on the ticket text. I'll read you some more of them. Lifelong Spartan fan. Could probably count on 2 hands the amount of games I've missed my entire life. I refuse to stay up and watch this. Another one says, my game plan is to watch the Saturday night games around 7:30 and then go to bed when they're done. Zero reason anyone should stay up till 3 a.m. to watch their team get bombed by 50. What a joke the sport has become. Spartan season ticket holder, total BS on the game time, not only for the players, but the fans. Total disrespect. But what else do you expect with the Spartans? Can I just play the other side of this for a second here? Michigan State in the Big Ten gets more money because the West Coast teams were added. The TV deal shot through the roof. You're trying to compete at a time where money has never been more important in college football, right?
Correct.
This was your opportunity to access those funds to stay more competitive. Now, if your administration can't do anything with it, that's a separate issue. But you'd rather be in the conference with all the money, the richest conference in college football, at a time where NIL and paying players is in the open. So, like, this is the trade-off. Did you not want it? You'd rather be in the Big 12? You'd rather be in the ACC?
No.
And I guess
you'd rather still be in the Big Ten because the Big Ten was still making more money before they added those West Coast teams.
The SEC made their additions to Texas and Oklahoma. It's a keeping up with the Joneses.
Big Ten is still making more money than the SEC.
Would they have if they didn't add the LA market and Seattle and out west? I don't know. And the other thing I'd say to MSU fans, and I know this is going to come out as a shot, like, you're already throwing away your own home games, giving away home games. You're not above this 11 o'clock start.
Well, but here's the thing. Correct me if I'm wrong in the timing. I may have the timing issue wrong on this, but the Big Ten started this by adding UCLA and USC. I don't think it was in response to Oklahoma and Texas. It's been
a blur.
It's been it's been a little bit of a while since that all went down, and I can't remember which domino fell first, but I think it was USC and UCLA. Regardless, it's the other point of this before we get to news is Michigan State has to agree to this. The athletic department has to agree and say, yes, we will play at 11 o'clock our time at night. They could have refused.
And they chose to allow
allow it to happen.
So what I'm seeing, and I just want to get this before we get to news, Oklahoma and Texas officially joined the SEC in 2024, but were invited in 2021, which I believe is earlier
than USC
and UCLA.
Right. Yep,
but they've both been doing this because the Big Ten added Rutgers and Maryland, and it's just continued to go this way.
Woohoo!
I know. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Hey, it's that time of year. It's time to cast your vote for the toy you want to see in the National Toy Hall of Fame. So this year there are 12 finalists: Battleship, Catan, Connect 4, Cornhole, Furby, a scooter, slime, snow, Spirograph, Star Wars lightsaber, Tickle Me Elmo, and Trivial Pursuit. So the winners will ultimately be voted on by toy industry experts, but the public gets a say as well. You can vote throughout next week. The inductees will be announced in November. And last year, the 3 toys that got inducted were My Little Pony, Transformers, and the card game Phase 10. If you were to pick a toy on that list of the 12 finalists, which toy would you definitely want in?
Give me a couple of those again.
Battleship, Catan, Connect 4, Cornhole, Furby, Scooter, Slime, Snow, Spirograph, Lightsaber, Tickle Me Elmo, Trivial Pursuit.
Connect 4.
I think that's one of my 3.
I think the oddest one, the one I don't get the most, is the slime craze. Like, I wasn't a kid for the slime craze. I know the kids are all about it now.
It was very popular a few years ago.
Yeah.
But slime was around when you were a kid.
Yeah,
I mean,
the whole
slime was
Nickelodeon slime.
There was like
no,
Gak.
but it's different. Like,
I don't know if
Nickelodeon
that's
slime was like
slime,
they
but-
pour the bucket. I remember those.
yeah.
This is like you're using it like Play-Doh, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can make it at home.
Yeah, and you could throw it against the wall and mark
what
up all
sticks.
your parents' walls with whatever chemical is in there.
I'd probably choose Battleship, Trivial Pursuit. Those are great ones too.
Yeah.
Let's
Trivial
see.
Pursuit. That's an exciting game.
I love trivia games. What, you're rolling your eyes? That's one of my favorites. Some of it's too hard. Like I don't know the answers.
Yeah,
but I
that's
have
my point.
But I have a Disney Trivial Pursuit at home. That one's good.
Oh, you're a Disney adult? How dare you? How dare you?
I do enjoy
goodness.
Disney movies. I'm not going to go to Disney World by myself as an adult. It's weird. wear
Wow.
matching T-shirts.
Disney
Weird. Yes.
Trivial
I
Pursuit.
do love Disney movies. Yes. Anyway, moving on, John. This is really great. Ford Field is about to transform into a site for free health screening. So this is for guys 18 years and older. You're encouraged to participate. You do not need insurance. You can just show up, and it takes place September 20th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. It's hosted by the Michigan Men's Health Foundation, and a doctor, and actually the founder of the foundation, says that far too often men avoid going to the doctor, don't recognize or prioritize their physical and mental health. So this is an opportunity to sit down with medical experts one-on-one and ask any questions that you have, and it's free of charge, and it's in a really cool environment.
Yeah.
It's just a really great, I mean, you can see the list of things they do. They are going to do everything here, really. So it's a good opportunity to go if you've been putting off going to the doctor. Maybe you don't have health insurance, so that's been a reason you're not going.
There's
go
a number
and
of
get some
reasons
screenings.
dudes do this, right? You maybe you don't have health insurance. You don't want to pay for it. It's also, I'm tougher than everyone else, or you're taking your kids, or you're making sure that everybody else is taken care of, and you think of yourself last.
Yep. Most of Detroit's Eastern Market is up for sale. So the owner of 21 properties in the market is now looking to sell all of them, whether that's individually or as one giant portfolio. The properties span 10 acres, including a mix of industrial and commercial buildings. There's a bunch that are occupied by a lot of companies you probably know: Supino Pizza, Jose's Taco, Farmer Frank's Restaurant, the list goes on. So the asking price for all of the parcels comes to just under $31 million. They hit the market yesterday.
Wow.
And they're looking for somebody who really has
A plan?
Yeah, and the expertise and passion to take over these buildings.
It's Heather with the news. Cookie Jar is next. It's 97.1. All right, guys, Lions fans, time to roar louder than ever before. The 2025 season is here, and so is the ultimate way to celebrate. I'm talking about 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila, and it's back as the official tequila of our Detroit Lions. From pregame tailgates to postgame celebrations, 1800 Tequila brings smooth, bold flavor to every moment. Sip it in a sideline margarita or enjoy it straight. Either way, you're raising your glass to a championship season. Make 1800 Tequila part of that game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, official tequila of the Detroit Lions. Proximo 1800tequila.com. Please drink responsibly.
Hi, cookies.
The cookie jar is brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price. Period. $10,000 for every day you don't shower. How many days would you go?
All right. This is just showering, right?
Let me put some stipulations.
You can change your clothes.
You can change your clothes.
You can brush your teeth.
You can brush your teeth.
Can you use like a washcloth and like wash your body?
No soap products. You could like go in the sprinklers if you'd like.
What about your hair?
No.
Shower in a bottle. You can use as much deodorant as you want.
Yes.
Dry shampoo.
Can I just rinse off?
Yeah, like I think you could hose yourself down.
Oh, I'm...
that changed everything for
That
Greg.
was an epiphany. But you can't use like soap and like clean yourself.
Right. Yeah. With those rules, I'm definitely sure that I could make this call if I could, stand in a sprinkler and just, hose off a little bit indefinitely.
You
10K
never
a day.
shower.
Yeah, 10K a day. And it's, at some point the contributions will have to go to, room fresheners. And
no one's going to want to sit in a room with.
That's
Think about us.
Think about us. I'm thinking about my family. That's $3.65 million per year.
Heather?
I don't think I could go indefinitely. That was never on my radar. The hair really gets me, especially for things I do. Like if I'm booked for a commercial and I haven't washed my hair.
Yeah, different for dudes.
It is. That's where that comes down. I can go quite a while without washing my hair. I typically can go like once a week.
Yeah.
So I'd say like maybe 2 weeks.
2 weeks? Really? That's it?
2.5. It's the hair. It really comes down to the hair.
Greg?
Yeah, I would say 2 weeks. Would we have the stipulation of I can just rinse off in the shower? I'll say 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
I thought when we were talking about hosing yourself down, it's like going out to the yard. And,
Yes.
Yeah. It's not. You can't actually get in the shower.
You
like
can't
Greg,
stand in the shower. No.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's like a garden hose or a sprinkler.
You
can
jump in a
in a
pool?
lake.
A lake?
Oh, I've done the whole
that's
lake thing for
clean
yeah.
that way.
That's
for
my
weeks.
point is you're still going to feel dirty.
Yeah.
See, great advantage being bald here, by the way.
Yeah.
So I was going to say 30 days until the stipulations came in. I would do 100 days. That's $1 million.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. I'm going. I mean, count the salary, 3.65 per year.
Yeah, Heather, you could miss a commercial. You're making more money doing this.
Yeah.
I know.
$3
Yeah, I guess
million?
you're right. See, you could convince me. Maybe. I don't know.
You could shave your head at that point. I mean, it's $3 million.
No.
You wear a hat.
I'm not shaving my head.
John,
for
did
money.
you ever have a $3.65 million annual salary while playing in the NFL?
No. So yeah, I mean,
It's pretty good money then.
Yeah.
I would go a month. Next question. National Cheeseburger Day was yesterday. What's the best cheese for your cheeseburger?
So okay, I need some clarification on this as well.
Come on, guys.
Cheese is cheese.
Is Velveeta cheese?
Yes.
Sure.
Sure.
It's debatable.
You're not
whether
going to
it
answer
is-
Velveeta anyway, so why are you asking?
Well, if it's cheese, I'm going Velveeta.
Are you?
Oh yeah, the Big C, the Big C at Clyde's, the drive-in in the UP, St. Ignace. It is the greatest burger I have ever had. And it used Velveeta cheese. So if Velveeta is on the list, I'm going Velveeta. That's not even close.
Heather.
American.
American's a great one. That's what I was going to go with if
It's
Velveeta
similar
was.
to
John, I thought you were a
Velveeta,
patriot.
like it's-
Come on.
Huh?
I thought you were a patriot. Come on.
America.
John has stumbled onto something. I believe Miller's in Dearborn also uses Velveeta cheese, and Miller's just got a national shout out by Jimmy
Yes.
Fallon. Let's go Velveeta, John.
Amen, brother. High five.
Cheddar. Better with cheddar.
Cheddar. Make everything better.
White American cheese.
That's a trap. Just put white American.
I chase who?
As a
White American cheese.
You guys are going to have me in a hood by the end of the show.
Oh, Jesus.
Will Ferrell, Adam Sandler, who has the better movies?
You lost me.
I'll go first.
Okay.
Very tight on this one. So I broke the tie by thinking that Step Brothers is the best movie between the two of them. So I'm going Will Ferrell.
So I don't think this is as close as you think. Like, that may be the best movie amongst these, but Adam Sandler's, his ability to not just be slapstick funny and have a couple serious movies, I just prefer his humor more than I prefer. Will Ferrell's humor is good for one or two, and then it wears me out.
I agree there gets to be a stale factor, but he also has the lines in Old School, like, we're going straight into the quad. You got a dart in your neck.
Yeah.
Well, that's not him. That's saying it. The guy.
But you're getting the whole movie.
That's Stifler.
Yeah, this was really hard for me because I don't really care for either of them.
Yeah.
But I love some Adam Sandler movies, and I actually like Adam Sandler more now than I ever did in the past. But it does come down to the movies I'm going to watch repeatedly, and that is Step Brothers, and every year Elf is on repeat during Christmas time. So it comes down to the Anchorman, Old School. I'm going to go with Will Ferrell.
John, we have, I think, the same analysis at this, but from two different angles. I think it's clearly wide open in favor of Will Ferrell, and I think Adam Sandler's comedy is too much alike. I think it's too many of their movies are too similar for Sandler. So I'll go Will Ferrell.
I had the same reaction that John did. I get more depth with Adam Sandler. I get funny movies like Happy Gilmore and Billy Madison, but I also get Click. I get Uncut Gems.
Yeah.
I also like 8 Crazy Nights.
I like Hustle. I like that movie. I thought that was good. It was cute.
I went Sandler.
Yeah.
This next question, the fact that it's even here suggests someone's going to have a weird answer. How do you put on your shoes and socks? Do you go sock, sock, shoe, shoe, or sock, shoe, sock, shoe?
I go sock, shoe, sock, shoe. Because I'm already holding my breath on one side. Why would I then take a breath to do it 4 times?
John, that makes no sense to me. So is your sock...
Because you're not fat like I am.
No, are your socks in the same location as your shoes? Like, are you putting your shoes on in your bedroom? Like, so you put a sock on and you have your shoes, or you put your socks on downstairs?
Yeah, because people are sleeping in my room.
Do you get dressed downstairs?
No, I get dressed in the closet, but I've got
And
nowhere
where
to
are your
sit
socks?
in my closet. They're in my pocket, and I go downstairs, and I take them out, and when I put one sock in one shoe, one sock in the other shoe, so that when I go to put my socks and shoes on, I go sock, shoe, sock, shoe.
It's weird. It's really weird.
So to save time, are you normal or not, Heather?
I'm normal.
Okay, Greg?
Normal?
Normal.
Okay, yes. I also put my socks on first and then my shoes. Normal.
Dorks.
Lamar Jackson is next up for the Lions. Who's the hardest athlete to game plan for in all of sports?
So a very similar athlete to Lamar Jackson. And the answer might just be Lamar Jackson, but I think it's Josh Allen. And you watched that game last night where he makes those last-second little flip throws to his tight ends or to his receivers. I think it's Josh Allen.
Greg?
I was waiting for Heather's take.
Yeah, silence.
Look, past his prime, so I may be thinking of prime of this player, but man, there's no defending Kevin Durant. He's a 7-foot shooting guard with range who has a high release. Like, he is one of the top 5 unguardable players in the history of the NBA.
So I was thinking, like, outside the box here, and right now I think Scottie Scheffler is the most dominant athlete in all of sports. And how you game plan mentally for him when he's on his game, I think he's unbeatable. But I'm not going with that. I thought about Judge and Ohtani, but you can walk them. So my answer is Lamar.
I'm going Jokic. Look, there's no answer. You double him, he's the best passing big man of all time. He can shoot the 3. He's lethal. There is no answer. You just have to hope he's not on that day. Last question. The thumbs up emoji is viewed by the younger generation kind of like a middle finger. What are your thoughts on the thumbs up emoji?
I don't get it. It's so whether you're liking a text with the thumbs up emoji or you're just sending the emoji of thumbs up, to me it's all the same. And I'm just, okay, got it, or good. Like, I don't get I'm not trolling you by saying it's a thumbs up emoji. I'm not sending you, what's the thumbs down emoji?
But I think the context is like, cool, I'm done with this conversation. I'm not continuing it. I'm not even giving you something to react to. We're done here.
But at least you're acknowledging the conversation, whether it's done and over with or not. It's worse to not give a thumbs up than just leave it with nothing, no response. At least you've seen it and you're acknowledging it.
Yeah, I mean, trust me, I'm very straightforward. If I'm going to send something that is supposed to be interpreted as the middle finger, I'll just send you the middle finger. And it might even be a selfie.
It's a quick acknowledgement and a useful tool. I do not find any harm receiving or giving it.
100% agree with Greg.
All right.
Cookies. It's your generation.
I don't think it's like an FU or a middle finger. I think it's just, we're done with the conversation. I have nothing more to add. I'm moving on.
So it's
you could take it as rude,
Just
maybe?
like a cool. Got it.
Yeah, I could see how it could be taken as rude. I don't take it that way.
Yeah,
Great take, Jimmy.
Yeah.
All right, guys, it's a cookie jar. Let us know what you think. Phone calls, ticket text, 248-539-9797. It's a Friday. It's 97.1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you this month. Looking for a stylish SUV? You can lease a new Buick Encore GX or a stunning new Buick Envista for just $199 a month. Both are exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick. These deals are happening right now only at your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment not included. Dealer fees, dealer sets final price. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit is required. Mileage charged at 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions do apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com for more details. That's gmcofferinfo.com. Thanks, Dan.
3-1 your final. Jose Ramirez steps up in a big spot. That's the all-star bat for the Guardians. Take a look over at the Tiger all-star bats, and it's been a brutal month of September. They've lost 6 of the last 7. The lead's down to 3.5. We've done a little panic meter talk today. If you missed it, you can rewind. If you're sticking with us, we'll get back into it a little later. We got some reaction to Cookie Jar, and at 8:02, we're going to involve all 3 teams playing football this weekend, Michigan, Michigan State, and the Lions. Question involving all 3. All right, John. We had a lot of response here.
Okay.
I'm looking at some of these for the first time. So, all right, here we go. Sock, shoe, sock, shoe. I need someone to scoop my jaw off the ground. I'm borderline disgusted. Absolutely abhorrent behavior. Patrick in Vermont.
Huh. Well, thanks for listening in Vermont.
So, again, you walk to like where your shoes are at the front door.
It's weird. It's really weird.
Then you put one sock, then the shoe, one sock, then the shoe.
So here's how it goes in the morning. I grab a cup of coffee, I grab my shoes, and I go sit and I watch a little bit of TV, and I catch up on anything that I missed that night. And before I leave, I put my socks and shoes on. Mm-hmm. And so...
And most people would put their socks on both and then their shoes on both.
Okay. I have to... Okay, I've lost some weight. Not enough. I still have to hold my breath to put my shoes on. So I go to one side, take a deep breath, I put a sock on, and I put my shoe on and I tie it. I recover, and then I do the other side.
I thought you were saying you were holding your breath because your feet stunk so bad. I didn't know you were holding your breath to bend over. Yeah, but your shoes can still smell.
That's why. That's the fat reference.
I didn't get it. I didn't know.
Fully get it
That's because you're not fat.
You're not fat, though.
I know.
Well, I'm okay. I still... Maybe it's just that it's so far away.
You could.
I don't know.
You could sit.
I do sit down. I'm not gonna. It's hard enough for me to touch my toes.
Okay.
It's an inflexibility issue.
Okay.
Get off my back.
I didn't want to get so personal about it. All right. Ticket texters. The thumbs up emoji means sit on this from anyone under 30. It means got it to normal people.
Yeah, it does.
Liking a text is not condescending, but texting the thumbs up definitely is. I absolutely
What's
take
the difference between liking a text that still sends a thumbs up to a text than actually sending the emoji of a thumb? I don't.
Yeah, I don't.
This text says, I absolutely take the thumbs up emoji as a middle finger from the youngsters, but I hate communication in general. It's lazy. Emoji communication in general is lazy. I use thumbs up as a positive gesture. Like, I agree. The one that grinds my gears is when someone sends just the letter K. That may as well be a middle finger.
Yeah. I mean, my kids do the double K. K. It's a capital K and a low K.
Yeah.
KK.
KK.
I'm like,
Wait,
okay.
what is that?
What do we?
Cool.
Yeah.
I don't know what
One
is
more,
that.
and they're like Jim.
That's been around for a long time. The double K.
I said that to my daughter, by the way, that, we're one letter away from being problematic, and she did not understand the reference.
Right.
This ticket texter says, I just spit out my protein shake. I'll take the white American. And the next one says, I know what cookies is going to be for Halloween. A witch hat and a white sheet, and you're all set, buddy. One more on the texts, like the emojis. When John sends an eggplant emoji, he actually wants an eggplant. Mike in a car.
Yeah. That's not on my preferred food list.
I'm 43. Thumbs up is a sarcastic response. It is nowhere near the face value that John believes.
Really? So in terms of it being lazy, I double click on the text and you hit like. Okay, I could say that's being lazy, but to actually send the thumbs up emoji, I have to click more buttons to get to the emoji screen to send the thumbs up emoji. So
Okay.
it's not lazy by definition. I take more steps to do it.
This whole, it's lazy. How about it's an appropriate use of effort? Should I have my grammar corrected? Yes,
Yeah.
I agree with that.
The whole grammar thing with kids drives me nuts. At least I've finally convinced one of my daughters, my oldest daughter. You could message her by name if you can do the math on that one. I finally convinced her to actually have capital letters and some punctuation in her text messages. They make fun of me because I use periods and I use
Oh, you go punctuation in text messages?
Oh yes, and I will correct it.
Like
Absolutely.
I get like a question, but you'll use like periods,
Commas.
semicolons.
Yes, commas. Yeah, and if I read it and I'm like, wait, there should be a comment in there.
Who's using that?
Yeah, I don't.
I'm just clarifying. You're very punctual here.
I do use punctuation
It's part of
as
language.
it should be used. Yes.
The whole point of text, though, is like
Show
shorthand.
that you have some education.
I'm not trying to prove how smart I am in a text message. I'm just trying to communicate it as efficiently as possible. It's shorthand.
No.
On the cheese conversation, people are vetoing Velveeta, says it's not real cheese. Says you need something cut off of a boar's head block or a high-end cheese. No Kraft either.
So that's why I had to clarify, because it's technically not cheese, but
Neither
it is
is
called Velveeta cheese.
Neither is Kraft, right? It's cheese product. They can't call it cheese. The Kraft American singles technically have to be called like cheese product.
Yeah, isn't Dairy Queen not ice cream technically?
Right.
Right.
Yes.
But it's in the spirit of the conversation. If you want to put a slice of Kraft cheese or Velveeta on your burger.
And I like the fact that you brought up Miller's uses Velveeta.
Yes,
and
and
it was just talked about as the greatest burger in America.
On the shower conversation. Hey guys, I'm a nurse. I couldn't make it more than 3 days. Mike and Algonac.
Okay. Well, I get that, Mike, because you are in a healthcare profession. But if you are making $10K a day, retire. Don't be a nurse. Are you making $10K a day now?
That number has gotten people's attention. This guy says, 10K every day. I'd rub my body in dog feces every day if it meant I could get $10,000. Absolutely.
Yeah, and then go stand in front of the sprinkler.
That's gross. That's a lie.
Yeah, I don't think I would go
No.
the animal feces.
People want you to get like slip-on shoes, John. They think it could be a game changer for you.
Yeah, well. Not a big fan of I think slip-on shoes are lazy.
Get yourself a pair of Lions Crocs. There you go.
Yeah. Could you imagine me walking in with a pair of Crocs on?
I can't, but
It's just not
I
going to
couldn't either.
happen.
Do a triple take. Anyway, we'll get into the three teams, Michigan, Michigan State, and the Lions. Most to gain, most to lose. We'll talk some football after the update. We do have a winner for our Nate Bargatze tickets. Josh in St. Clair Shores. He listened for that Jose Ramirez home run call, turned his pain into gain. He'll be going to the show on August 14th, 2026, courtesy of 313 Presents. For tickets and info, Ticketmaster.com. We said you could do it. So you're allowed? Yes.
Brought to you by Founders Brewing. The Tigers lead in the American League Centrals down to a dangerous 3.5 games after this week's sweep at the hands of the Guardians. With 9 games left, the Tigers' magic number to win the division is still 7. Tonight's the start of a 3-game series against the Braves at Comerica Park, the last home series of the regular season, which then concludes with trips to Cleveland and Boston. Manager A.J. Hinch says the Tigers have got some work to do after being swept by the Guardians. The sweep also leaves the Tigers with just a 1-game lead for the 2 seed in the American League. Charlie Morton starts tonight for them, Bryce Elder for the Braves. First pitch at 6:40, 6:15 pregame show right here on 97.1. The Tigers working their way to their first division title since 2014. Michigan and Michigan State have got their Big Ten openers on the road tomorrow. The 21st-ranked Wolverines 2.5-point favorites at Nebraska. Spartans 18.5-point underdogs at number 25 USC. Lions wide receiver Isaac Tesla has got 2 career catches with 1 career hand used. Wide receivers coach Scotty Montgomery says Tesla is in line for a bigger role in the Lions' pass game, but he needs to first see if he can use 2 hands. The Lions will be back on the practice field today with their schedule moved back one day this week for Monday Night Football. They're 5.5-point underdogs at the Ravens. The Red Wings opened training camp in Traverse City with a fast-paced scrimmage the players called very intense yesterday. Head coach Todd McClellan says he's introducing more of his concepts this week after arriving mid-season last year. And Sydney McLaughlin, the Roan, has become the first woman in almost 40 years to crack 48 seconds in the 400 meters, clocking a 47.78 at the World Championships in Tokyo. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Happy Friday. You made it to the end of the week. We've got the picks coming up at 8:35, and there's a new sheriff in town. For the first time in over a year, a new person, not named Heather Park, leads the pick standings. Can't wait to get into it.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
It's going to last a long time.
Do we ever mention who's leading if you're not leading, other than during the picks?
Oh, am I leading? Is that what that? Awesome. Good stuff.
Yeah, just imagine how good you'd be if you didn't go 0 for 7 in one of the weeks.
That's what I'm saying. I spot you guys 7, and I'm still in first place. We mention every week that Heather's in first. I think it's noteworthy that there's been a changing of the guard.
Okay.
Breaking news sounder?
See if I can
No.
8:35, we'll get into this week's picks.
John hates it.
I'm so annoyed.
What's worse, losing to Heather or losing to me? Because I'm smarmy about it.
I'd rather lose to Heather.
You can win all the picks you want this year, but if on September 29th the Tigers aren't division champions,
Yeah.
We did get a text about that. Joe in Monroe says, why would I panic? The Guardians are buried. Yeah, well, the Tigers are getting a shovel and digging them out by the day.
They've been buried since July 4.
Yeah, well, if Riley Green and Gleyber Torres and Zach McKinstry and Javi Baez would stop digging Cleveland out.
All of these were possibilities at that time when you buried them.
I'm not panicking.
Yet you still did.
I'm not panicking.
You're at a 5.
I'm nervous. We'll get to it at 8:50, end of the hour, get back into the Tigers.
Then your panic meter is 1.
You don't get to
Your
decide where my
nervous
panic
meter-
is.
Well, you just said you're not panicking, so it should be 1.
There's degrees of panic. That's the whole point of the meter.
As soon as you start to panic, then it races to a 2, then a 3. You're at 5.
I would say panic is like a 10. Yeah?
Well, there's
Full-blown
different
panic is
levels
10.
of panic.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to be at a full-blown panic to be
And I'm
in
not.
panic.
And I'm not.
Okay.
All right. 8:50. We'll get into it. I know Tiger fans want to talk.
Foolishness.
I am foolish.
To pick and bury an opponent in July 4? I don't even know how many games were played at that time.
They're still going to win this division, John.
Okay.
Just feeling nervous. Michigan State Lions. Let's talk about all of them this weekend. An extended weekend with the Lions on Monday night. Who has the most to gain? Who has the most to lose? And we'll open up the phone lines, open discussion, work all 3 football teams in on a football Friday. Most to gain, most to lose. Michigan State, and the Lions.
This is getting tougher because of everything more at stake. My initial thought on the most to gain, and I still think I'm there, is the Detroit Lions. Because one, the what's at stake I think is greater. A Super Bowl or, being the best team in the NFL.
Right, but that's not at stake this weekend.
No, but everybody's thoughts of their chances of, because whether it's the Bills or it's the Ravens, like those are the 2 teams that we picked to be in the Super Bowl to face whoever comes out of the NFC. And if you can down them on their turf in week 3 after having put together a horrific performance against Green Bay in week 1 on the road, now all of a sudden you go to a very similar situation. Now we're going to get a chance to compare apples to apples. And if you go to Baltimore, who we all think Lamar Jackson is greater than Jordan Love.
Yes.
We think Derrick Henry is better than anything that Green Bay is going to have coming out of the backfield.
Right, but I look at it a little differently. Like, the Lions are expected to lose this game. That doesn't mean they're conceding it, but I think the expectation from the fans is that they will lose. And it doesn't mean it's season-defining. There's no Aleem McNeil. The young offensive line is still in game number 3. We expect them to be... Sure. I think the Lions have very little to lose, and they can gain some, but I don't think they have the most to gain.
Ooh,
I think both the college teams have more to gain.
So if you beat Nebraska,
It's a first marquee road win of the Bryce Underwood era. It positions you to still make the college football playoff.
yeah, but there's questions as to what is Nebraska? Are they really going to be any good? I know. Okay, Matt Rule in year 3. All right, he takes his teams from 4 wins to 7 wins to 11 wins. He did it at Baylor. He did it at Temple. But I don't know that's the expectations for Nebraska.
I think the team with the most to gain is MSU, and I'm going to judge it based on what people have texted in all week. They want to leave him in Pasadena. They want Jonathan Smith to stay out in California when they lose by 1,000 points at 2 a.m.
So Jonathan Smith has the most to gain.
Yes.
I don't necessarily know that it's Michigan State has the most to gain.
They are synonymous. He is the program. As he goes, the program will go. You are not trying to reset this. Childs in a homecoming spot, playing well, no turnovers, right? Go out there and outduel the Trojans. There's a lot to be gained for Jonathan Smith. People want him fired at 3-0. They could be a 4-0 football team if they win this game. How differently do we talk about MSU? If they go out while everybody's asleep, head on the pillow, they wake up on Sunday and they see Childs threw for 4 touchdowns and they won the game. There's way more to be gained for them than if the Lions beat the Ravens or if Michigan beats Nebraska.
I just look at what's the level of the opponent. We don't really know how good USC is or isn't. We don't know how good Nebraska is or isn't. We know how good Baltimore is. And if you beat one of the better teams in the NFL, and it could be no matter what power surge or power ranking you look at, they're a top 3 team. No one puts USC in the top 10.
They are ranked now, right? There's a number next to their name.
There is.
They're undefeated.
Sorry, Greg. I don't mean to disparage your...
I was say Greg Palm had
Greg
USC
Palm.
in the top 12. 9th.
Sorry, I just threw Greg under the bus.
But the flip side of this question, too, John, is who has the most to lose?
Yeah.
Who has the most to lose?
Maybe it depends on how you lose.
Well, okay, that's the obvious part of all this. If the Lions lose the way they did in October of 23, where it's like 38-6 or something.
Yeah.
Oof. MSU, everybody expects to get bombed. I don't know that they... To me, it's Michigan. You're walking a much tighter rope in college football.
Yeah.
They're the ones who would then have a second loss before October. I think they have the most to lose. It would take all the optimism of Bryce and, once again, put a lid on it for a week. They have the most to lose.
I think I'll agree with that. With the performance that they had last week and with what Biff said to us earlier this week, or said to me and shared with you, that the full complement of the playbook is there.
So if the narrative is true that they were just holding everything back and now they're going to completely open it up, and he goes on the road, Underwood, and performs somewhat similar to last week, it's a game changer, and it makes Michigan a playoff contender. For sure. I think if Michigan loses this game, they will not make the playoff.
Oh, yeah. I
Agreed.
I don't think any of us thought that they were a playoff team.
No.
The expectation is playoffs, but I don't think any of us put them in the playoffs.
But this is one of those games that does swing one way or another.
I mean, look,
You would know.
Oh,
I don't think he is.
Swinger game.
I don't think he is
a lot
this,
of swapping going down
but
there.
if Bryce Underwood all of a sudden becomes a super freshman quarterback, not impossible. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if he does, it's a true game changer.
Yeah.
I would say I'm going to say the Lions, because I think if they won this game, it shuts up a lot of narratives about windows being shut.
Yeah.
But it also puts, I think, 13 wins on the table. And then that means you become division champ, maybe bye. It opens up a lot of doors easier for them.
Does it undo the Green Bay game?
I don't think anything's going to undo the Green Bay game until they play Green Bay.
So then I wonder how much you can gain. Like, we already view the Lions as one of the...
Okay, so if this happens and the Packers continue... beating the Browns this weekend.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, that's going to be a kind of a common occurrence this year. But then you've got to I'll have to reconfigure a lot in my power surge, because the Packers will always remain above the Lions. Well, not always, but for the foreseeable future, remain above the Lions because of what they did to the Lions. But if Detroit goes and wins in Baltimore, it does put on the table 13 wins or more.
All right, guys, all the games are on the table. Every fan base is invited to the party. Michigan, Michigan State, and the Lions. Who has the most to gain? Who has the most to lose? It's 97-1.
Well, we got a little heat wave going here, and after a steamy summer, you better be ready for that first blast of winter cold. It's right around the corner. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical will do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and, more importantly, safely. Right now, it's only $79. That's $30 off their regular price, so give them a call today because these spots will fill up quickly, and you don't want to be left out in the cold. Don't forget, Mastercraft also does plumbing, electrical, and generators as well, all at discounted prices, so give them a call now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
We're taking the temperature this morning. The panic meter is out. We'll get to it at 8:50. Want to know where you're on? 1 to 10. Where you're at?
They still buried?
Ticket Texter says, remember when Catzilla demanded an apology for his announcement? Seems like his booty is puckering up these days. Could have done without that.
Yeah.
I said nervous. Tex says, don't sleep on the Spartans. I think they'll cover. USC is graded incorrectly. Nelson and Novi says they hang tough. We're asking the question, who has the most to gain, who has the most to lose? Michigan, Michigan State, and the Lions. Texter says the Lions have the most to gain and lose. Michigan has very little to gain and some to lose. MSU has 0 to gain and 0 to lose because we suck. I can't tell you guys how jarring this is. It's unanimous how Michigan State fans have reacted all week long. I'm not telling them to do a parade for being 3-0.
No.
They have already lost the game by 100 points, according to literally every fan of the university that we've spoken to for 5 days. I mean, we asked people earlier, are you staying up late? Why would I? We're going to lose by 40 or 50. Like, Jonathan Smith, leave him in Pasadena. It's why I think they have the most to gain, because they can fly in the face of all of that. I'm not predicting it, but I think they have the most to gain. The team that has the most to lose, I said, was Michigan, because it would be a second loss in September. It would be back-to-back road games that Bryce and company just aren't there yet, and it might just be a season where Michigan isn't there yet. But the Lions losing, they're kind of expected to lose. The Spartans losing, they're expected to lose. Michigan's favored on the road in this spot. They have the most to lose.
And I think I agreed with you when you brought that up. I still think that the Lions have the most to gain because of that game against Green Bay. And we did the topic earlier in the week. What's more real, the Chicago game or the Green Bay game? And it's against a team that a lot of people believe, even the NFL Super Bowl logo believes, the Ravens will be in it.
Let's get to Jason in Royal Oak. Jason, happy Friday.
Hey, everybody, guys. Thanks for taking my call. In my opinion, Michigan State has the most to win. They're playing out in hello?
Yeah, we got you. Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was a beep. I get a beep. I'm sorry. They're playing out in out west, with Jonathan Smith's and Aiden Child's area. So if we can make a good showing and win, that's great. So we have the most to gain. Michigan has the most to lose because it's basically a 50-50 game, and they're kind of expected to win, so they really need to win. The Lions, they don't have anything to gain or lose, in my opinion. I think they're going 9-8. Thanks for the call, guys. Bye.
I was going to say, you're breaking up a little bit there at the end. He's 9-8 is his expectation for the Lions. This game's not going to alter it one way or another.
Well, yeah, if that's your expectations, then if they lose, if they win,
But if you were a 9-8 guy and the Lions won this game, wouldn't that not reverberate a little bit?
I would think so, especially with Cleveland, no Joe Burrow, Cincinnati on the horizon, the struggling Chiefs. All of a sudden the schedule doesn't look as daunting.
And Aleem coming back sooner, maybe?
Yeah.
Well, that was the other thing we haven't even mentioned today, and I don't know how to read into that, John, but you saw what?
Was it 92 or 93% ready to go? And if
I've never heard athletes give that specific of a percentage.
Yeah. I'd like to – that's one of those, show your math. But, I mean, it's great to hear that his recovery – and we heard early on from Dan that his recovery was maybe ahead of schedule. So if you get him back week 5 or 6, now all of a sudden, wow, that's a huge shot of energy, of juice for that defensive front.
Let's get to Josh and Warren. Most to gain, most to lose.
Hey, guys. Yeah, to me, the college teams – they have everything to gain because it's college football. Every game matters because when you win, it just stacks wins to build your resume for that playoff. And even if, you don't think Nebraska's that good or USC's that good, it's still a win. It's better than a loss. But to me, the Lions have nothing to win this week. And I'll just tell you this for one reason. If they win this game, the national media, the whole talking point will be what's wrong with the Ravens and Lamar. They will not get the respect they deserve for going into that game and winning. Everybody will turn the talking points around to what's wrong with Lamar. Can they get over the hump? Why are they 1-2? And then nobody will talk about how good are the Lions and Jared Goff and this team. And we just know that's how it's going to go. So I just don't feel like the Lions have anything to gain out of this weekend. So it's all the college teams to me.
So I agree with you that part of the conversation will be a 1-2 Ravens team. But I think if they go with the context of what happened in Green Bay, that was shocking, not just here in Detroit. That was shocking everywhere. If they go to Baltimore and get a win, that won't just be shocking here or in Baltimore. That will be shocking everywhere.
And again, are you really going to put a lot of stock in what Get Up is talking about on Monday? I think Lions fans would gain quite a bit watching their team go into Baltimore and win the game. As far as what the national media thinks of the Lions, I think John has put it best.
Yeah.
Go ahead and spin your narrative.
Well, I think the narrative will even further in a sort of Greg Pomian sort of way here, the transitive wins. They'll also say, how good are the Packers now? Are the Packers the greatest team of all time? Because they beat the Lions and the Lions beat the Ravens.
Right, the transitive properties. Yep.
Last call on this. Paul in Grand Rapids. Now, you're the guy who 1 week wanted Dan Campbell fired and then apologized the next week, right? Paul?
Good morning, Paul.
Got your tongue?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
Maybe
sure
maybe it's Scott Harris that he wants fired now. I don't know.
We'll talk Tiger Panic at 8:50. Heather with the news.
A suspect has been arrested after an investigation into a stabbing on Michigan's campus. Police say the suspect, a 33-year-old man, attempted to enter a construction site on Thursday evening, and when he was denied entry, he assaulted a person and just kind of vanished. No one saw him afterward. There was an emergency alert that was issued to the campus community. Well, the man was eventually taken into custody after several hours. Police didn't release details on the victim or the extent of the injuries. This weekend, thousands of Gilmore Girls fans are expected to take over downtown Brighton for the second Destination Star Hollow event. Stars Hollow is like the town in the show Gilmore Girls. Last year, they thought, the organizers thought maybe like 5,000 people would show up. 40,000 people showed up last year, and this year they're expecting up to 60,000 fans. It's a 3-day celebration where they turn downtown into Stars Hollow. A lot of stores participate and become different restaurants or stores that are in the show come to life. There's going to be a couple of stars that were on the show, Downtown Brighton, including Scott Patterson. He was Luke. If you watch the show, he played Luke, and yeah, I know you guys didn't, but I sure did.
I'm familiar with it. I didn't watch it.
It's a girly show.
Yeah.
It's not a show that I think
Are
you
you
would
more
watch.
of a Rory or a Lorelai?
Oh, yeah. Anyway, pretty cool. Go check it out. It's great for the businesses down there, and that's what it's all about. This next story is really cool. There's a 58-year-old who is making some headlines after fulfilling a lifelong dream. So after quitting high school and quitting football in the 80s to deal with some drug issues, this guy who never attended college, his name is Tom Sillo, decided to enroll in college and then decided to try out for the football team at 58 years old, and he made it. So it's a D3 football team, and he's there. He's going to be playing this year, so you can check it out. It's,
what's the school?
Lycoming in Pennsylvania, in Williamsport. Have you heard of it?
No, I haven't, but that's awesome.
Yeah, it's so cool. So he spent the majority of his adult life working for Williamsport's Streets and Parks Department. He retired after 33 years, always very athletic, right? Stayed on top of his game. For years, he competed in marathons, triathlons. He did like strongman contests and powerlifting. So he's always been in shape. But after trying out for the football team and making the team, he said so far this has been his... It's hard. Like it's very hard work.
I would imagine.
But he's super excited. He's gotten a lot of support from not only his teammates, who he says are all younger than his own children, from the coaches of the community. And his coach believes that he will be able to share some valuable wisdom and life experiences with his younger teammates.
They're off to an 0-2 start, but they got a big game against Dickens, PA this weekend.
Okay.
Oh.
It's pretty cool, isn't it, though, to think like this guy dropped out of high school, didn't make it to college, and is now going back. He says not just for the athletics, but he wants to go and
graduate. That's cool.
It's so cool.
With the way college football's going, this won't be the end of it, right? Your eligibility never ends.
Yeah, I mean, heck, I might apply for a 6-year.
Hey. You could.
Yeah.
COVID hardship, get you out there.
No, not even that. It's just, hey, if there's no limit on eligibility, let's go.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, this story's cool, and everybody wants to get mad at Diego Pavia because he wants to play when he's 25.
That's what I was alluding to.
Well, I hate to break this news to everyone, but being skinny might kill you faster than being fat.
All right. It's your ability to hold your
eat
breath.
up, John.
Yes.
Yes.
Putting your sock on and chew.
A new study basically just disrupts everything we know about health. So researchers tracked nearly 86,000 people. Most of them were women in their middle age in their 60s. They tracked them for 5 years, and they compared their BMI data to basically their death rates. And underweight participants died much faster than overweight ones. And they basically found that there's like a sweet spot when it comes to BMI, which is the upper normal range, I guess, which is like the 22.5 to 25. Turned out, they say, to be the sweet spot for survival. People with BMIs in the lower normal range, or even middle normal range, like up to the 22.5, were significantly more likely to die than those in the upper normal group. And underweight individuals who were like at the very low end of BMI were like nearly 3 times more likely to die.
Oh, that's awesome because
Put the feedback on. Let's go.
Have that slice of cake. Live your life.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yes. Dessert first.
By the way, Twitch wants to know, could you play D3 football right now, John, at 49?
Yeah.
You're like offended I asked that question.
I am offended they asked the question. You're just the messenger.
Relay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Got the picks coming up next. See if anybody can take me down. It's 97.1. Moran Chevrolet. September is truck month at Moran. The perfect time to elevate your tailgating game with Moran, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. The best game days, they start in a 2026 Silverado 2LT Crew Cab 4x4. And you can lease one at Moran right now for $349 a month. That's a 24-month lease with $999 down. Find your ride fast. Shop at MoranExpress.com or stop by. They'll take care of you in person. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
You said 9:30, right? Your mic is on. Are you ready to fire up your Saturdays? FanDuel has got a boost you don't want to miss. It's called Boostin' with the Boys, and it's giving everyone a college football profit boost every single week. Here's how it works. Each week, we're giving everyone a profit boost to use on college football. It's not an opt-in on gymnastics, no invite-only nonsense. Everyone gets the boost. We're talking real games, real teams, real Saturdays with an extra payout on the line. It's easy, it's fun, and it's only on FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download the app. Check out the Boostin' with the Boys offer and get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now in trouble. Profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tigers send Scooble to the bump, still don't win. Swept by the Guardians, the lead down to 3.5. The panic meter is out. I know Carson Anderson were taking the temperature yesterday. Mike and Rico after the game, talking to people on the ledge. John, we'll do it this morning, 248-539-9797. What's the panic meter for the Tigers?
I'm still, middle of the road. Five and a half.
Okay.
And I'm strangely not as angry as I was yesterday because they've got 9 games left, all against teams that are either coming in on an upswing, playing better, playing good. I'm not necessarily going to say, the Guardians are clearly on a hot streak. Boston has played well. So have the Braves. So you got 9 games. You've only got 3 more home games. And I do think that this team does have a sense of urgency. We didn't see it in the last 3 games, especially with the bats, but we have seen it from the mound. Now, in the final 9, at some point, hopefully we'll be able to pair some of those together.
The biggest issue right now, what's the biggest reason this is happening? They're spiraling. They're 1-6 in the last 7. They've had a losing record this month, over the last 2 months, since the All-Star break. What's the biggest reason we find ourselves in this annoying problem? And I go as far as to say it's not even annoying anymore. I am getting a little nervous. I mean, they are inviting Cleveland into this. They're up 3.5, and they still have 3 head-to-head with the Guardians. These last few days felt like playoff baseball. Tense, close, low-scoring games. Both teams emptying out the bullpen. And the biggest issue for the Tigers in the last week here, John, they can't score any runs.
So you asked the biggest issue. And currently, it's not being able to score runs. 6 weeks ago, it was the bullpen. 4 weeks ago, it's starting pitching. Now, those seem to be performing a little better. Maybe the bullpen's not as strong as it was, but you get Finnegan back this weekend. But you've had good performances or good outings, winnable outings by Casey Mize, only giving up 3 runs, and they only gave up 3 runs in 9 innings. They end up losing in overtime, in extra innings. And then you thought that you had, for Flaherty, a good enough performance to win. Same thing with Scooble. So the starting pitching has taken a step forward. The bullpen hasn't been awful, but not good enough to win, but it's been the bats. So they just haven't been able to pair anything together.
Yeah, what I was going to say here is that, first off, the Guardians pitching is on fire. That has something to do with the bats here. They better hit Atlanta the next 2 days. They got 2 5+ ERA pitchers going. But I want to go back to early July when they swept them down in Cleveland. Mm-hmm. The first 2 games, the Tigers scored 3 runs and won both. Then they won that game where they were trailing 1-0 in the bottom of the 9th, and McKinstry scored on a wild pitch.
Yep.
And then they scored in the 10th. They kind of exploded, but they got the Cleveland's bullpen. They've had a tough time hitting the Guardians all year.
What was your stat about the Guardians? The last 15 games?
They've allowed 2 runs or less in 13.
Wow.
So their pitching has just been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, look, the Tigers are going to have to hit their way out of this.
Well, but is this also not kind of a what to expect in the postseason? You're going to face quality pitching in the postseason. Their bats are ice cold. And I say bats plural. Everybody who made the All-Star game for the Tigers has been a disaster in the month of September. I'll give you their batting averages. They're all hitting their weight. Barely.
Okay, so the last time we freaked out about them, we didn't freak as much as we are this time when it got to 5.5. They slumped. A lot of players slumped at the same time. And that's what's happening again. And they did break out of it. And that timing, if it happens again, will be very, very soon. So you could, if this is who they are, this roller coaster hitting team, they would be hitting well going into the playoffs.
So here are the All-Stars at the plate for the Tigers. Gleyber Torres hitting 154 in the month of September. Riley Green batting 192 this month. Zach McKinstry, a robust 212. And Javi Baez is hitting 105 in the month of September.
What's Torque
all
at?
of the stars that made the All-Star game haven't stepped up. Meanwhile, I'm watching Jose Ramirez have the big at-bat yesterday. The star for the Guardians stepped up. The star for the Tigers have flatlined. Torque has been good, John. To your point, in the month of September, he's hitting 298. He has been a bright spot. But collectively, this lineup doesn't score any runs. In the last 7 games, they've scored 17 total, counting extra innings.
And so I bring up Torque simply because it's not good enough to have one guy doing it. And Dingler has been consistent throughout the course of the season. But when you've got 2 guys out of 9, it's not good enough. You've got to be able to string together good at-bats. And it's not AJ trying to figure out what the order is, righty-lefty, righty-lefty. It's simply going up there and putting bat on ball and finding a place for it to land. It's not complicated. I mean, it's hard.
It's one of those things that
Yeah.
you still got to go out and do it. The Braves' next couple pitchers are advantageous matchups for the Tigers. They need to score some runs. They're still up 3.5 games with 9 to go. The math is still on their side. So I'm not like a 9 or 10 out of 10 on the panic scale like you. I'm inching up. I'm at a 5. This is a teeter-totter, right? Bad weekend series, and you put more weight on that side, and you start to get into that panic. Right now, it's nervous. I'm nervous seeing them lose with Skubal on the mound. I'm nervous seeing this go on for months now. And they've invited Cleveland back into this. I mean, for someone like me who buried the Guardians, the Tigers have sure done a great job trying to dig them out of that hole, grabbing the shovels and trying to get right into the muck with Cleveland. 248-539-9797. 1 to 10. Where are you at on the panic meter? And what's the biggest reason they're in this spot right now? We'll get to the phone calls and the ticket text. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers have left themselves some work to do as they look to clinch their first division title since 2014. After being swept by the Guardians this week, their division lead over Cleveland is now just 3.5 games. The Tigers have a magic number of 7 to win the Central with 9 games remaining. Starting tonight against the Braves at Comerica Park, the last home series of the regular season. Trips to Cleveland and Boston conclude it. Outfielder Kerry Carpenter, are you looking in the rearview mirror at the standings these days? The sweep also leaves the Tigers with just a 1-game lead for the 2 seed in the American League over Houston. Charlie Morton starts for the Tigers tonight. Bryce Elder for the Braves. First pitch at 6:40 with a 6:15 pregame show right here on 97.1. The Tigers looking to win their first division in a decade. Michigan and Michigan State both have their Big Ten openers on the road tomorrow. The 21st-ranked Wolverines is 2.5-point favorites at Nebraska. The Spartans 18.5-point underdogs at number 25 USC. The Red Wings back on the ice today for day 2 of training camp in Traverse City. Camp began yesterday with a scrimmage called by the players as fast-paced, which head coach Todd McClellan says is necessary to be ready for the preseason. McClellan says he's introducing more of his concepts at camp after arriving mid-season and not being able to last year. The Lions down 3 starters at practice yesterday. Defensive end Marcus Davenport, tackle Taylor Decker, and linebacker Jack Campbell. And Thursday Night Football, Josh Allen's 3 touchdown passes and a game-sealing interception with 3 minutes left lead the Bills to a 31-21 win over the Dolphins in Orchard Park. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Ouch.
So it has been decreed. Panic in Detroit, panic in Tiger Town, 97-1. What's the biggest reason this is going down this way? And your level of panic. They're up 3.5. The math is on their side, but dwindling by the day. When you lose a Skubal start, when you're swept by the Guardians, you start to get nervous, if not out and out panicked. John, to me, the headline is watching Jose Ramirez hit that big-time home run late. Right, Skubal only goes 6 innings.
Yeah.
God forbid. and Ramirez hits the homer. Well, let's look at the Tiger All-Star bats. Dead, dormant, ice cold. All of them. All of the guys who made the All-Star game from the position player group have been bad in the month of September. So you start looking around. Where are the stars? Is there enough talent on this team? Has water found its level? These are the things that start creeping into your head when you watch your baseball team nosedive in the month of September. 5-10 this month.
Yep.
So, panic level, 248-539-9797. Response from you guys on the phones. Let's start with Paul in Grand Rapids. Paul, good morning.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
Good morning, Paul.
Hey, so I am like my panic meter's at like 4. Here's the thing, though, and I want you guys to hear me out on this. I'm like 50-50 right now. Part of me wants them to win this division, right, and get the 2 seed, and all right, let's go into the playoffs and see what happens. But the other part of me, and I want you to hear me out on this, kind of wants them to blow this. And the reason I say that is because this team has so many inconsistencies in their bullpen, their starting rotation, and especially the lineup. So the reason why part of me wants them to blow this, still make the playoffs, but blow the division, is because maybe then Scotty Boy wakes the F up and says, oh, well, maybe we aren't good enough the way it is. Maybe I shouldn't, just wait for the kids. And then maybe it forces his hand to go out and get some real players, get a couple bats, get another couple arms, and puts an end to this dumpster diving stuff that he's just obsessed with. What do you guys think about that?
Well, the only argument I would have to that is, first of all, I would say winning is always better. And second is, don't you think those deficiencies are blatantly obvious? Whether they blow this or not, just getting in, I think you could talk about starting pitching, relief pitching, bats. It's all right there, and we're watching all of it. Scott Harris has to be able to see all of that, whether they win the division or not.
I'm with you, John. But if we win the division, get the 2 seed, that my fear is Scott's going to be like, oh, we made the playoffs, we won the division. This is good enough. I don't have to make any moves this offseason.
Mission accomplished, right? Mission accomplished. He said, my job is to get the playoffs.
Yeah. It's like winning throughout the course of the season, and the winning clouds your judgment, and you gloss over, as a coach, all of the little things that could bite you in the ass when it's all said and done.
Well, a great example would be the trade deadline, right? I mean, even leading up to it, we talked to AJ. Well, yeah, if we had a bat, where are we going to play him? Well, I don't know, AJ, you built a culture where guys give up at bats for the good of the team, and you have a bunch of versatile chess pieces, and you're the king of moving dudes around. And then to see it echoed with Scott Harris bargain bin shopping, I mean, these weren't moves that were serious contender moves. And now they're facing the reality check that they're not good enough.
I guess if there's people out there that are rooting for them to not do well and because they want change or something to happen.
No one's getting fired.
No, that's not happening. But I'll tell you something I think that might rock the boat a little bit down there is if they don't host playoff games.
Oh, because then it comes out of your pocket?
I mean, you could have booked almost for sure. Heck, I did with our schedule. That they'd be playing ALDS games at home in early October.
Yeah.
And right now that's in limbo a little bit. And those are 2 sellouts and a ton of money.
Yesterday I gave you odds, and this will speak to that, right? Like the Fangraphs odds said, hey guys, they're going to be fine. 98% chance to make the playoffs. It's down to 96%. Still likely to make the playoffs. Win the division. It went from 95 to 91%. Again, math is in their favor to win this division. Where we really saw a shift in one game's time was their odds to have a bye from 59% down to 43% overnight. So that takes out the fact that you could skip the wild card round. So you could just advance to the ALDS.
So standings right now, 2 seed. If with the West teams, Seattle and Houston are both tied. They play each other this weekend. Mm-hmm. You should root for the Astros to win 2 of 3 because you hold the tiebreaker on the Astros. But you don't want the Astros to win all 3 in case you're not winning. See? What are we doing? Who would have said we'd be doing this 2 weeks ago?
Well, okay, go ahead,
if
John.
it's for the 2 seed, all right, trust me, we want the 2 seed. And they were in position to seal that up. I'd much rather be looking at that saying, are we through 162 games, are we one of the best 2 teams or the best record throughout the course of the year. That's a much different conversation than, are we going to win the division when we had a 15.5 game lead?
Look, in terms of panic level, we're getting some 7s, some 8s. This one says my panic is a 9. They desperately need hitting ASAP. That's Bill in White Lake. You did bring this up earlier. Again, unlikely, but if they can't find a way to win any games, they invite not only Cleveland to pass them in the division, but they make that last 3 games against the Boston Red Sox potentially, either you're in or out of the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And how much does that play into this narrative about what the Tigers should have done in the offseason if you know who is the one eliminating them in the final 3 games? I'm not going to play the drop. We'll just get to the phones. Let's get to Amanda in Waterford. Amanda, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good.
What's your level of panic?
Like 5.5, 6 right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because since the All-Star break, they've been playing as if they already won the division. So it's been more lackadaisical. They're not playing with that fire they had earlier in the season.
So you feel like they took their foot off the gas and just said, we can coast the rest of the way. We'll turn it on in the playoffs.
Exactly.
It's hard to argue. I think, what is it now, 26-30 in the second half of the season, 4 games below 500, not over a course of a week or a month. That's a big sample size.
It is.
And it does feel like they've run out of gas, that the start was not who they really are.
Well, and to complicate matters, and not that Colt Keith was knocking the cover off the ball, but he's been better than Torres, Green, and everybody else.
Like, so what happens now?
Third base.
Because AJ's normally not someone to sound any alarm bells, but he said he was it highly concerned?
He was highly concerned because it was basically Colt Keith taking himself out of the game.
Right, and these athletes typically like that. You have to drag them out.
Yeah.
So what's the solution at third in the interim? It's more McKinstry. You're not going to do Ibanez against righties.
Right. So you're back to the rotation and Javi be in the mix as well.
Ticket Texter says, I sure miss Javier. This Javi guy sucks.
I miss Javier too.
I do too. If they blow this and miss the playoffs, fire Harris, fire Hinch, blow it up, send Scooble to L.A., rip it all down. I'm going to put that guy as an 11.
I think so. Yeah. Now he might be 12 on the
Carson
Duggan.
Anderson.
Yeah.
Now I see why they do the dozen.
Yeah.
Don't let the Tigers get cold. Signed, Steve.
I thought for sure that'd come from Dylan in Royal Oak.
Frequent listener.
He must not be listening today.
Yes,
I think
yes.
he's got other things to do now.
He's busy.
They're busy. Some spirited practices. Ian, Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Panic. The panic level is a 10. And the reason why I say it is because our guys been playing at a high level ever since last year, and they burnt out. They ran out of gas, and we didn't get no bats at the trade deadline. So my panic is at a 10. And unfortunately, boys, I really believe that we're going to miss the playoffs because Boston is hungry. We got Atlanta this week. We got Atlanta tonight, this weekend. And if Atlanta come here and take 2 out of 3, it's over. And one more thing I want to say. It defines between the Spartans fans that's debating on watching the game at 11 o'clock tomorrow. If it was a Michigan game down there, all the TVs, we'll all be watching the games. Go Blue.
Go Blue, E.
Shot across the bow.
I'm going to have a sign here that I'm just going to tap that they would not have put Michigan at 11 p.m. Nor would Michigan probably have agreed to it.
We wouldn't agree to it. Yeah,
that's the thing I didn't realize. You said this earlier.
The athletic department has to agree to that time slot on the West Coast. So, I mean, you can be upset all you want at the situation, at the broadcast partners, but you got to agree to it.
Well, and MSU has given up home games, right? Late in the year, they give up that Black Friday home game to play it downtown. You're getting a lot of money to let USC into your conference. You're getting a lot of money with Washington and Oregon in the conference. And at a time where money is king in college football, I'm not telling you to like it. I'm not even forcing you to stay up. It's your life. If you don't want to stay up till 2 a.m. to watch your team, that's your business. But you benefit from this more than I think you lose in this.
It sucks for the fans. It sucks for the players. It just, I hate it. Hate it.
Why don't we do this? We'll give Spartan fans a chance to vent. If you are furious about this, irate, We'll make some room on the phones for you. It is Friday. Your team does play tomorrow. I don't know what your game plan is for Saturday night. If it's
is that a dinner and then nap, versus lunch and nap?
Maybe.
So you can stay up till 11 just to see the kickoff?
Are you going to get into the caffeine or the energy drinks? You're going to be jittery?
What do you need to see in the first quarter just to make you stay up for the second?
John, if we're not within 10, I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
Heck, if we stay up and watch it, we have to sleep twice within 25 hours to get to work on it.
That's a good point. I'm planning on watching it. Figure it out. 248-539-9797. Tiger Panic phone calls. The olive branch to MSU fans. How do you feel about your 11 o'clock kick? Are you going to watch? It's 97.1.
All right, guys, I got to tell you, my new hot tub has completely changed my evenings. After a long day, there's nothing better than jumping in that warm, bubbling water. And I'm telling you, it's like the stress just melts away, and I'm in instant vacation mode in my own backyard. It's one of the best parts of my day, honestly. So if you're thinking about getting a hot tub, now is the perfect time. Beninati Pool and Spa makes it easy to find a hot tub that's going to fit your space and your lifestyle. And trust me, once you have it, you'll wonder how you lived without it. So go check them out. Beninati Pool and Spa is located in Utica, right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township, right off M59 and I-94. And no matter which location you go to, their experts will be there to help you find the perfect hot tub. And this is cool. If you mention my name, they'll take $500 off your purchase just like that. So go to beninatipools.com or stop by a showroom today.
Injury attorney David Feminino is the guy you want to call if you're ever hurt in an accident, but what he really wants is for all of us to be safe. He knows how tragic accidents can be. That's why he started David's Driving Edge, to spread awareness about distracted driving, to help us and to help everyone with tips to be better prepared on the road. If we can prevent accidents before they happen, that's the real win. You can learn more at getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge. That's getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge.
Their star stepped up. Our All-Stars are ice cold. Tigers lose again, swept by the Guardians. 3.5 game lead still in the division. Your panic level. The math's on your side, but you got to start winning some of these games. Braves have won 5 in a row, but they are not sending Guardian-level pitching to the bump the next couple days. Time to get the bats right, win a couple games, get back to winning series. They take 2 out of 3 this weekend, John. Again, Cleveland's running out of time.
Yes, you're right. You're right there. You hold all the cards right now.
Panic level. Texter says 0. I have no panic. I've already accepted they'll miss the playoffs.
Okay.
When the Tigers miss the playoffs, just blow it up and start over. This roster can't hold a 16-game lead. It's not the roster to bring us a title down the road. Team got off to a huge lead quickly. They've been coasting the last 80, and now when it's time to come off the mat, they're incapable. Mentally soft.
I wonder if there is something to that, and I don't know if you'll ever really get the answer. Like, did they at one point feel like, okay, 15.5 game lead, we're comfortable, we're okay. They mentally took their foot off the gas, and now they can't get the engine started again?
A ticket texter's pushing back, says, you guys got to do better. When a caller says they took their foot off the gas and you agree, it's lazy. Every roster's trying to win. They're trying their asses off. Shoot that BS down.
There's also human nature. I mean, how many times have we seen a team have a 2-touchdown lead in the second half, and then all of it, or in the fourth quarter, and lose it? Was it the play calling that changed and became more conservative? They took their foot off the gas. Like, there's a lot of different means to taking your foot off the gas.
Yeah, there is. And to be fair, though, some of this might just be they aren't very good, or they're not as good
that's
as
the easiest solution.
It's not that they're trying their ass off; they're just not as good as the record once indicated. This is more of who they are, or at least this is water finding its level, or that. When it comes to the Tigers, you can stick a fork in them. They're done. More of those ticket texts. Let's get to the phones. We also asked MSU fans to call in. We want to get kind of the sense of how your Saturday night's going to go. And if you're livid about the game time, the kick time, go ahead. Floor is yours. Let's get to Mark and Troy. You're on 97.1.
What's up, guys?
How's it going? Good morning.
I'm doing good. I've come to call because I feel like I'm the only USC fan in Michigan, and
Probably
I
are.
know it's a shock, but I grew up raised by my California relatives and grew up watching them, and I feel like if Michigan State fans can't stay up to watch late, then they can't stand to watch their football team.
Well, I think from the ticket text that we've gotten, you might not be wrong that they can't stand to watch their team.
Yeah, I just feel like, with now all these new schools in the Big Ten, it's a new matchups, new opponents. It's a good game to watch. 11 o'clock, I'm going to be up. I don't get off work until 10, so I'm going to be up watching the whole game.
So I've heard there are certain people that this is more advantageous for. The late crowd, the guys that work late have weighed in. I've also seen dads go, hey, I'm busy all day with the kids. The time I get where I don't have any commitments, everybody's asleep, it's me in the football game.
Yes, but that could be, depending on your age of your kids, it could be an 8 o'clock start where kids are in bed. Instead of 11 o'clock when your kids are going to wake up at the same damn time every day.
They always do, no matter how late they stay
7
up.
o'clock in the morning, and you didn't go to bed until 2:30.
But it's been wild, the response this week, because it's not like we're cherry picking this. It's all Spartan fans looking at their team at 3-0 and thinking we're not good enough, looking at this game and thinking I won't watch. They're not excited. When college football made all these changes, Doug Karsh was big on, yeah, but are my Saturdays going to change? And we've talked about it. Yeah, but when Saturday rolls around, you're still excited to watch your team, right?
Mm-hmm.
This may be the first example of it cracking people and breaking people. All the changes, and, well, I'll still be excited on Saturday. MSU's 3-0. They're not excited for Saturday night. They're not excited for an 11 o'clock kick. They're not going to stay up and watch.
Well, and I think for Spartan fans, I mean, it's logic to think that if the game started at noon, 3:30, or 8, there would be more fans locally here watching the game versus 11 o'clock at night.
Sean and Novi, floor is yours. You're on 97.1.
I think it's a fun talking point about the Tigers, and I was a little bit more animate when I was talking to your screener, but I put a lot of the blame on commentators around Detroit and the fans because it's very frustrating. I've been calling in shows talking about the Tigers as well as the Lions about mismanagement. And the thing is like, this is where we're at. This is the direction that they decide to go. So it's not, I'm kind of like shocked and just, in disbelief that people are calling in nervous. Well, we all know this was going to happen. I mean, the signs were on the wall. They decided to not go that route, and I hope all the fans in Detroit are excited about all their minor league players that they didn't want to get rid of. That probability of them making the team is very, very unlikely. And I know that everyone wants to talk about it, but it's very hard to get to this point to try to go for a championship. And it's disappointing that our managers around this town aren't doing what is needed to be successful. And the only saving grace with the Lions, and I don't want to bring Lions into the mix because it's not the talking point of the show, is that, we have Aleem McNeil coming back, and we have some very elite players that may be able to hold things off until we get some help back on the defensive line. But it is frustrating. And the last point I do want to make is sometimes it's just better to be lucky than good. And maybe the Tigers can get some luck here and finish off strong. But this is what was expected. It's not like earth-shattering. This is what we got, and
it is a little surprising to blow a 15.5 game lead. It's not surprising that they were going to cool off. It's not surprising with the lack of star power that they're not winning 100 games.
And just to hit the pause button for a second, they still have the second best record in the American League.
And why would you be nervous? Well, you're nervous because you don't want it to happen.
Right.
You're nervous because, to his last point, you want to hang in. Even if it is luck, you still want to be the lucky team.
And I hope they finish it off so that we don't have to listen to all the I told you so callers.
Yeah. Let's get to Heather with the news.
So a man who was unresponsive after riding a roller coaster at Universal Orlando Resort's newest park has died.
Oh.
Yeah, so the man was in his 30s. He was found unresponsive after riding this new roller coaster at Epic Universe. And he was taken to the hospital, but he was later pronounced dead. And a medical examiner ruled that the cause of his death was multiple blunt impact injuries. No other information has been given. So, of course, that does raise a lot of questions. Like, where were the injuries? Was it to his head? Was it to his chest?
Was he bouncing around?
Yeah. Was he being? Did he not have the harness on properly? Or was he doing something inappropriate on the roller coaster himself? Like, there's a lot of questions. The ride, of course, has been closed down since this incident. But more questions than answers, really, I think. Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray has issued an apology after making a social media post that really stirred some criticism, some pushback online. So it has been deleted now, but this Instagram post showed him with one of his dogs, with one of his pit bulls, wearing a throwback Virginia Tech Michael Vick jersey. And of course, you all know the history of Michael Vick and his background with dogfighting. So anyway, he did take the photo down, and he said that in no way, shape, or form does he condone animal cruelty or dogfighting. He said that he admired Vic as a player growing up, and he did note that his two dogs are treated like kings, he says.
So clearly wasn't thinking, and there's no malicious intent. I hate that you even have to apologize. Like, I understand that it looks
I know the
bad.
optics,
Yeah, but, like, he loves his dogs. He likes Michael Vick.
Yeah.
Yeah, but...
But, like, shouldn't we be able to use some critical thinking skills? Do we really think he was coming out with an I endorse dogfighting post?
No.
No, but like, no, I don't think so either. But like, when I think, I don't know much about Michael Vick except for the dogfighting. So for me, if I were to see a jersey of his, I would instantly think that. And then I would see that and then see him with his dog and think, he should have thought about that.
Yeah. Or I mean, run it by. I always run my social media posts by my social media coordinator. That would be my wife. And there are many times where she will look at something and go, "Are you an idiot?"
Don't post that.
Yeah, I mean, she may not use that term, but I
She
get
gives
the
you a
point.
look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what am I not seeing? And then she'll point it out and be like, "Oh, I can't believe I didn't see that."
Sometimes it's just little things in the background of photos
Right,
that I
yeah.
notice. It's like, oh, don't post that. Do you see what's back there?
Yeah.
Yeah. As bow hunters prepare for the October 1st archery deer opener, a new bill introduced by a Northern Michigan lawmaker could change the way these hunters protect themselves when they're out in the field. So this proposed bill would allow bow hunters to open carry a firearm for protection against certain predators, bears, wolves,
Yeah.
cougars.
Makes sense.
Even if they don't have
Always need
a
protection
CPL.
with cougars.
I knew there was going to be something there when I saw cougars listed, and I was like, all right, whatever. We'll hear what John has to say. So currently, Michigan law prohibits bow hunters without a CPL from carrying a pistol in the field. So, and it does say, the bill does not allow for a hunter to use the firearm to harvest an animal. It is strictly there for
Defense.
protection.
Well, even if
Yeah.
you have your, concealed permit and you're carrying, but it's bow season,
Right,
you
you-
can't
Of course.
use your firearm to take a deer.
I mean, you could then argue, why can't these people who are bow hunters go get? How long does it take to get a CPL?
Well, it depends on the county. It's a 1-day class, and then it could be a waiting period of anywhere from 30 days to. I had to wait for mine for 6 or 7 months.
Could prepare and
Yes,
do it in advance.
could, or you could just open carry like you can legally in any other way. Yeah.
Anyway, that's the news.
Yes.
That is the news. Coming up next, it's the cookie jar. One member of the show puts their shoes on in a very unique way. We'll get to that. 97.1.
Hey, Lions fans, Heather here to tell you Verizon is helping you get your gear game ready. From September 19th through September 30th, visit a participating Detroit Verizon store and you can score big. Choose an accessory for your phone, tablet, or gaming device worth up to $70 on us with a new phone purchase on select My Plan activations. Think of it, a new phone case, an extra long charging cable, or a portable battery pack to keep you powered up all game day long. Make your move now and switch to the #1 network in Detroit. Visit your local Verizon store today. Only on Verizon, the official 5G network of the Detroit Lions. Accessory offer while supplies last to first customers during promo period. 1 gift per purchase per account. Apple accessories ineligible. See store for additional terms and details based on Root Metrics Detroit Root Score Report 1H 2025. Tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. Root Metrics rankings are not an endorsement of Verizon.
Hey, NFL Sunday is right around the corner. You've got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now we're making it even better because this week FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you play the game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account because that's what Sundays should be like. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we'll get to Kari Anderson here in less than 10 minutes. All of our football and baseball coverage today is brought to you by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight and protect the empire he built. Stream the new season of Tulsa King Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. All right, John, this weekend you're headed to Lincoln.
Yes. It's one of my favorite places to go. It's a great environment. First, the town is awesome. I would encourage, whether it's Michigan State fans, Michigan fans, if you're a fan of anyone and they're playing in Lincoln, that's a bucket list item. Should be on your bucket list. It's a great downtown. There are a dozen different places that you could grab a cold one and some food, sit outside or inside, and it's a great college football atmosphere because the Nebraska fans, they want to talk to you, and they want to ask you questions about. I'm sure the number one question will be like, "Hey, is Bryce for real?" And then you create a discussion, and I'll ask, "Is Raiola for real?" And but there was a respect there, like a lot of the Big Ten towns, save Columbus.
Look, it's a great 3:30 game this weekend because you got two quarterbacks who are 5 stars. You're looking at two teams that are trying to be that fourth team in the Big Ten. And Indiana and Illinois, the same thing later that night. Because you got your big 3.
Yep.
And we could squabble about the order, but Penn State, Ohio State, Oregon are your 1, 2, and 3 in some order. Who's 4? Last year it was Indiana, but is that going to hold? Illinois is a top 10 football team, and then you have Nebraska in a third year for Rule with an elite quarterback prospect. We'll see if he turns out to be elite. And the same thing with Michigan, where you think, okay, we got a quarterback with some upside too. If they go into Nebraska, that fight for the fourth team in the Big Ten really ramps up this weekend.
I think the fight for that number 4 or 5 spot is going to be very fluid throughout the course of the year. And it could be the fact that if Michigan wins, you still have a freshman quarterback, you still have an unproven offensive line, and you've got defense that has some questions. So you could drop one later, and now all of a sudden, somebody's back in the mix. And if Nebraska wins it, you're looking at their schedule going, oh, it's a soft schedule, but do we trust them to win those games?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't have it in front of me. I don't believe Michigan plays any of the other teams we're talking about here, right?
No,
they don't play Illinois or Indiana. So if they beat Nebraska, it positions them really well in that next pod. They also don't play Penn State or Oregon, 2 of the teams in the tier above them. Like, this becomes a pretty pivotal game. Michigan's favored.
Sure.
I don't know if
but
you're at
there's
that
also
level
the
of
trip to Southern Cal.
Yeah, I know. I don't know your level of confidence in the game itself. I know you picked Michigan, but it would be a big-time swing game on their schedule because of all the other things that they don't play, the teams they don't face later in the year.
If they don't win the game, I think I don't know. There's not a lot of hope for the rest of the season in terms of big time accomplishments.
Right.
You have 2 losses in September.
What you have to hope at that point is that you run the table and then you beat Ohio State at the end of the year, who you are hoping for your own sake and your own playoff hopes that they're undefeated at that time, because 10-2 with a win over a 1 or 2 ranked Ohio State at that time would be huge.
And I haven't seen Bryce Underwood. Well, we saw the one game in Oklahoma, but the opened up offense version on the road yet in a rather big game. I'm not checking the Michigan State game yet, and I know a lot of State fans are down on their team, but I think State's got an offense. I really do. They've put up points this year, and has the competition been that great? No. But aren't they pretty much putting up 20 per half or so, except for the back half of the first game where they shut it down completely? So, I look, if Michigan struggles on the road with a freshman, that's going to be a continuous routine thing potentially.
Sure. You look at all their road games,
it jeopardizes State.
Yeah.
To me,
that's a road game.
I'm very intrigued with Michigan State tomorrow. I don't think they're winning the game by any means, but I do think they're going to put up some points.
So it becomes part of your triple header.
Not me. Like I said earlier.
So, but there could be a window. This is the quadruple header because you're going to have a noon game. You have a 3:30 game.
I was talking just like for Big Ten, but it's a quadruple header because at noon you have Utah and Texas Tech, which, by the way, is another one of these games that gets penalized because of television. It's a 10 a.m. local kick in Salt Lake. Come on, guys. These are two heavy hitters in the Big 12, and we're playing it at 10 a.m. local time.
From our perspective, though, like I said, we're basically going to have to sleep twice in 25 hours if we stay up and watch the whole thing.
Yep.
That's a little nuts. And then guess what? We have Monday Night Football. I'm going to be a zombie on Tuesday if I try to stay up Saturday night.
Well, yeah, you got to make choices. These are very personal and hard choices to make.
I'll watch the 60-minute recap.
I say, what is this? Hard. What is this? The NBA? It's a highlight sport. Ask Adam Silver. Just watch the game on highlights.
Yeah.
Heck, the NBA starts earlier than 11.
Well, you're not wrong about that. Your confidence in Michigan.
Are we going back to the 1 to 10 scale?
I mean, it's convenient. I don't need it, though.
Okay.
I wanted you to talk to me about the game because I know the run game is where Michigan has the biggest chance. It's ironic, right? We're looking at Bryce to open things up, and I do want to see him in a more creative offense.
Right.
But their best matchup is going to be to just run the rock on this Cornhusker defense.
But that's what opens up this offense is against this opponent. It's very game plan specific. Yes, they should run the football. And you should have a couple of backs that are pushing, 100 yards. One of those, if it's Bryce Underwood, now that opens up the secondary. It opens up the passing game. And so I know nobody wants to say, oh, well, you should run for 300 yards because, take out the pillows, take your nap. But if that's the game plan to beat this opponent, which it should be because they're very small up front, the strength of the Nebraska defense is the secondary, then you do that.
Yeah, don't go out with something to prove about how great our quarterback is if it puts you in a bad spot in terms of game plan.
No, win games.
Yeah.
100%. You think they can run for 300 against Nebraska?
I think there's a possibility, yes. I mean, that might be a little bit
200?
Exaggerate. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
If that's the weakness, absolutely exploit it and just keep doing it. Who cares?
Yeah. I mean, they're giving up an average of over 150 yards, and one of those was Houston Christian. So,
yeah, I mean, if you're on the Nebraska side of things, you're thinking our quarterback's further along. We're playing the game at home. Michigan's kicker, weirdly, has looked a little shaky right now, too, in a game that could be close, a nail-biter. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a coin flip game.
Well, it is. And so, am I confident they can go there and win? I'm not going to say, I'm not going to guarantee anything. I'm not that confident. I do think they can go there and win, yes.
Okay. Boys, Carson Anderson.
What's up?
What's going on, guys? Did you hear how John puts his shoes on?
No.
So in the cookie jar, so Gator heard this.
Yeah. We had the same question a few weeks ago.
Did you?
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
John revealed that he goes sock, shoe, sock, shoe.
Yes.
Like a crazy person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who does that?
I've done it on occasion. I think I'm probably like 85% sock, shoe, but there are times when I do sock, shoe.
But you understand the hold the breath.
Well, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Bigger guys got more to
It collapses your lungs, and you have to hold your breath. And by it, I'm talking about the fat.
Thank you for clarifying, John.
So my shoes
Gosh.
are on the main level, and my socks are upstairs.
That's what I said.
I put my socks on, go downstairs.
Yes, but you also have a much more normal job time.
Well, this is true.
So when I leave and I leave my room, Lisa is still sleeping. Right. So I take my socks down and I put them on the same time I put my shoes on. And I go sock, shoe, sock, shoe.
It still doesn't make sense because where do you get dressed?
I get dressed in the closet, yes.
Why can't you put your socks on in the closet?
Because I don't have a chair in there.
You don't?
No.
I pictured your closet being like,
spacious.
yes, like
it's a
with like an
closet,
island.
yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
yes.
well,
Wow, that
you
would
have
be
a nice
wonderful.
home.
Yeah.
I've never seen your house.
Washer and dryer in there too.
But I'm picturing a huge closet with like
if you're getting
an
dressed
island.
in the closet, I agree with Heather. I understand to think that if you got a walk-in closet, a big ass walk-in closet, that maybe you did have some situation like that.
No, it's no. I don't have a chair, and I'm not. Touching my toes is an issue as well. So I'm not going to sit on the ground because then standing up off the ground at 3:30 in the morning becomes an issue. Could we please highlight all the physical limitations that I have?
I mean, I got limitations, but I sit at the edge of my bed and put my shoes and socks on there.
Yeah, but my wife is in that bed sleeping. I'm not going to sit down on the bed and shake the bed around.
Is it the grunt?
The grunt?
When you have to.
Oh, yes. yeah.
I take the time.
Oops.
I take the time to stretch a little bit while I'm putting on the shoes and socks too, though. Yeah.
Yes.
What's on the Friday show?
Enjoying this, Doug?
We're gonna move on to football and talk about football. And good God, the Tigers. I mean, seriously.
Talk about the grunt.
Yeah. Speaking of grunt, all that picks at 1:40. Birchie Kid live update from Allen Park at 1. So, but there's got to be some venting and some solving of the Tigers' issues.
All right, Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Hello, and welcome to the Carson Anderson program on a Friday. I am Doug Karsh. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Scott the Gator Anderson, how are you today?
I'm all right, Doug. How are you?
I'm okay. Didn't sleep great.
No?
Did not sleep great. No, not happy about that.
A lot on your mind?
You know what's funny? That does happen.
Mm-hmm.
You wake up and the hard drive starts running and you can't stop thinking and worrying, and next thing you know, you have no shot at getting back to sleep, which is awesome. But,
it's the best.
Yeah. But I had problems falling asleep. But hey, look, all set and ready to go. Got time to catch up on sleep this weekend, and that's the plan. How was your Tuesday night or Thursday night? Excuse me. We can talk about Tuesday, but how was your Thursday night?
I was good. I actually went and played golf yesterday with my buddy Grava.
Grava?
Good. So that was good. Shot a 91. Very happy with that. And I did something yesterday, Doug, that I have not done probably a couple years.
What's that?
Hit a 300-yard drive.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. I absolutely smoked it. It was beautiful, majestic. It was drawing, too, in the direction it was supposed to draw.
Wow.
And that was 300 because it caught the right spot on the downside of a hill, I guess, which is what I was hoping it was going to do. So I hit it far enough where it rolled out to be like a 303-yard drive or something.
Attaboy.
Felt great. And then I promptly 3-jacked the putting green and bogeyed the hole. So
then I gagged it all away.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, hit this beautiful drive, and then I completely melted down. And I'm an embarrassment to the game, and
Kinda.
quite frankly, should give it up.
But it was good times until, but while we're on the course, I'm keeping track of the Tigers, and that's not good. I keep looking, the fourth inning. 1-1. Oh, fifth inning, 1-1. Oh, sixth
Okay.
inning, 1-1. Oh, no.
Here's the feeling I'm starting to get with the Tigers. They have a 3.5 game lead with 9 games to go. And I feel like they're a team that doesn't control their own destiny.
Right? Yet they are.
They obviously do.
Just shut
But
it down.
I
Let's
feel
go.
like they don't. They feel like a team that doesn't control their own destiny. Like the way they win the division is Cleveland loses all their games from here on out, which would include getting swept by the Tigers, I guess. So that's impossible. But, they feel like they don't control their own destiny. And, I believe in A.J. Hinch. I really do. I think he's done a great job getting the most out of what this roster is. I don't look at this Tigers roster and this lineup and think this is one of the best teams in baseball. I honestly don't. But they've been acting like it all season long, or at least long enough that they've put themselves in this position. And it feels like that slump they had in July, that stretch where they were historically bad and lost, like, was it 11 of 12, 12 of 13, 11 of 12, whatever it was, they pulled out of that. But it feels like they're doing that again. Now, it's possible that their biggest problem is a Cleveland problem. Wasn't like Cleveland's the only team that's been beating them, but is that their biggest problem, a Cleveland problem? And Cleveland might not even make the playoffs. Now, the way that they are playing, if they keep it up, they'll probably make the playoffs. Can they stay that hot? Will the Tigers stay this cold? I don't think the Tigers are going to stay this cold. And again, I believe in AJ, and I believe in the Tigers playing not Cleveland. But we're getting to the point now where they need this Atlanta series to win this Atlanta series in a bad way. And look, it's fun to cruise home, but if you want, like, people in the past, the 2 times the Tigers went to the World Series in recent memory, not the 84 Tigers, the 68 Tigers, but the 2000, was it 6 and 012? 2012. Those 2 seasons, the Tigers won the ALCS and had a week off. And they went to the World Series, and they it felt like they no-showed, right? So now, here we are with this team having to play well just to qualify. They have to play well. They have to play well to get in. And, it's time, and because they have to play well, if they do get in, are they going to be a, quote, hot team going in? Or are they going to be in a better shape because they had to play playoff baseball before the playoffs started?
Yeah, I feel like this team, I'm hopeful that it's really just more of a Cleveland issue.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that they play Cleveland 3 more times is not great. You don't like to see that, but they're taking on an Atlanta team that comes into town, and Atlanta is 6-4 in their last 10. That's obviously better what the Tigers done with their 3-7, but
their season's over.
Yeah, and they'll see Joey Wentz in this series, who used to pitch for the Tigers. There's a couple of their right-handers sandwiched around him in the rotation as well. A couple of those guys have pitched reasonably well lately, but it's just time to shake things off, get the bad taste out of your mouth, spit it out, and let's go. Get back to playing winning baseball. Just you do you. Like you said, remind yourselves, you control all this. You don't have to sit there and pray that Cleveland loses. Go out and win your game, period.
I mean, we're almost at a point where if they get a game back against Cleveland, it feels like that goes a long way.
Right.
A Detroit win and a Cleveland loss feels like it goes a hell of a long way.
Would have been better if it were yesterday, but yes, it can still
of course,
go a long
yeah.
way.
Yeah.
Because the panic meter has gone up significantly.
It's if you go into the season and you say you lose the division by a game to Cleveland, you go, well, it's a pretty good year. That's what you're thinking. When you are going down the stretch, we are experiencing right now what it feels like Minnesota experienced last year. because Minnesota had to be going through this hot Tiger team thinking the Tigers aren't going to keep it up. We'll pull out of this. And Minnesota epically crashed out. And Detroit is flirting with that. I do believe in AJ. I do believe in them playing, not Cleveland. And we know that there's a better version of this group in there. But they are having another stretch of games here where they're playing epically bad. It's just a terrible time to do it. Just like, it happened in July. And it's happening again. And in between, they weren't exactly great then either, but they'd built up such a big lead and they were keeping people at bay and they were winning enough. And it's weird because I swear we spent the last month talking about our Mize of Flaherty. Is anybody going to step up and be a number two? Is it going to be Chuck Money? Like, how is this going to work when, quote unquote, we get to the postseason? Now we have to use the word if they get to the postseason. Damn it, the starting pitchers are pitching well again.
They are.
Which would be huge to take into a postseason series.
It would be great, but you got to have some help. Scoring 4 runs in 3 games in regulation. You had the extra 2 and extra innings from the other night, from Tuesday night. That's not good. I mean, that's just you scored 3 and 9 innings, 0 and 1. Of course, you want 0 and 3 when you're going to do that because you just can't operate that way. And they know it. They're not stupid. They're not happy about this. I'm sure they're pissed. I'm sure they're all really anxious about getting back out there tonight and playing winning baseball again. And it's going to have to start with the the law firm of Morton and Mize and who's the third M in the group? There's 3 of them. Montero, I think. So these guys got to get the job done. They got to continue to pitch well, and the batters need to do their part. And I do have a little bit of something I'd like to see this weekend, Doug. I don't know if we'll see it this weekend, but it's something I want to see.
All right, we'll get to that today at 10:20. Your phone calls and feedback with this Tiger team stumbling down the stretch, getting swept by the gripe, the exact opposite of what we were hoping for. And now here we sit. Another day and another game shaved off the lead. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. So are you blanking kidding me kind of series?
Shut up, Dickerson.
What a jerk.
Oh. Like it's Dan's fault. One of the
Does he
nicest
even
guys.
like the Tigers?
This is sarcasm, just so people know Dan's the greatest. But
In your face, fans. Team got swept again.
This is from Scott. If the Tigers time this perfectly, they'll barely win the division and start a 20-game hot streak late in the last week of the season. That would be great. Here's the thing. You can't have the deadline they had and do this. So, so much focus is going to, if this turns into just like the worst collapse ever, everybody's going to talk about the deadline. They just are. I mean, they already are. The deadline, did they try to get too cute? Did they try to do too much nuanced? Did they, instead of going big, what talks were actually on the table? What trades were they involved in any other like deals where that collapsed? And why did they collapse? Are they deals that we'd all turn down if we heard what they were? Were people asking for Colt Keith? Were people asking for players that we currently would need? Or were they asking for their minor league guys? I don't know. But, I'm not, I don't think this is over, okay? By any stretch of the imagination do I think this is over. And I do believe in AJ. The person that sent this in, this is one of those texts that might be appropriate in 10 days. And, but if you think they're going to pee this away or if they don't flame out of the playoffs quickly, then you probably, it's a more valid point for sure. I still think there's a very good version of this Tiger team in there, and baseball's such a weird thing, man. You get ice cold and then you get red hot, and they're getting to the point where it's not desperate yet, but it's getting to the point of because they keep losing games, but there keeps being less time for Cleveland to catch them. And we all know this magic number thing. It's been stalled at 7 forever, which has created this weird place that, like I said, it feels like they don't even control their own damn destiny.
Yeah, it's tough when you're not seeing the team score. Like they scored big against the Yankees in 2 of those 3 games. 23 runs, I think, in the 2 games. It was great. And then that's it. Things go back to, well, it's a struggle to score runs. They're not getting the timely hit. And then yesterday, they just didn't even get hits. They put it together early, and that was it. And it sucks. So you start asking yourself, well, what could be done? Okay, trade deadline came and went. They didn't add a bat to the lineup. Not many teams did. And the big bat that was out there was Suarez, and he hasn't exactly lit it up with Seattle since he got traded there. But that acquisition would have cost you likely one of your top 5 prospects, and they weren't willing to do that at that time. I still think that they're willing to do a move like that after the season when they can expand the pool to 29 other teams to talk to, as opposed to the handful of teams that were willing to trade guys that had guys who were trading for. So it makes more sense to me to do it at season's end. That being said, what can you do now? How do you add more
is that what brings us
now?
to what you want to see this weekend?
Yes. So with the Colt Keith injury, we don't know how serious it is, but it didn't look good. When he came off, he looked pissed, and it didn't look good. If he has to go on the IL, then who comes up? And I think the easy answer is, okay, you look at Toledo and say, like position, here's Chase Young, who plays third base. He can certainly play second base. And his early audition with the Tigers went horribly awry. He didn't hit at all. Gets sent to Toledo, struggles for the first couple months there, and then starts to pick it up. I think he hit 260 one month, hit 240 another month, and then he's hit in 12 games in September. He's hitting like 390. He's got 18 RBI in the 12 games. He's got three home runs and 6 doubles in the 12 games in September here. He has 17 home runs and 74 RBIs on the season. His OPS is up to 817. His on-base percentage is 370. He has improved these numbers steadily as this year has gone on. I think maybe it's time to take a look back at Chase Young and say, let's give you a shot, because you clearly can hit the ball out of the ballpark and you've got extra base power. 27 doubles on the season for Chase Young to go to 17 home runs in a little over 400 at-bats. I like that. That's part of it. That's the first part that's probably obvious. The other part may not be as obvious, but watching the Tigers when you have to go to the bench late in the games, you got Dylan Dingler coming up, and then you end up at some point you don't want to take him out because he's your catcher, right? But at some point with another placement in the lineup, Jake Rogers indiscriminately comes up because he's a right-handed bat. Mm-hmm. But Jake Rogers isn't hitting. He's hitting below the Mendoza line of 200. He's hitting like 198 on the season. And his OPS is nothing special. He's only hit 3 home runs this year. Now, he's had kind of limited at-bats too, and he started the year hurt and then came back to the team. And I really like Jake Rogers. I think as a guy, I think he's great. I think he's great for the team. He's a great clubhouse guy. And when he's in the game catching, he calls a good game. Everybody likes the way that he calls the game, and defensively he's pretty sound. But the Tigers have a guy who's been catching and playing first base at Toledo named Eduardo Valencia, who is hitting .312 at Toledo with 1,000 OPS, a .401 on-base percentage. And when you combine his numbers at AAA and also at AA, it's quite impressive. 23 home runs, 92 RBI, and a .308 average with a .927 OPS. He's a right-handed hitter. Maybe that's something they need to look into. Just to have a bat off the bench. It's a right-handed bat off the bench. We need more right-handed hitting. Okay, well, here you go. Here's a right-handed bat off the bench that is hitting considerably better than Jake Rogers is, albeit at the minor league level. Maybe give him a chance. He's 25 years old, ready for the opportunity.
How do you think the pitchers would feel about Jake Rogers? You know,
I don't know. I don't know how they would feel. Because I think Dylan Dingler is the guy who's going to catch 90% of the games.
I get it, but I still, once you get to the postseason, is Dylan Dingler going to catch every game? He might. But if you move on from Jake Rogers and don't have him on your postseason roster and something happens, now you've got this guy handling the pitching staff, and I'm going to guess that they wouldn't love that.
They may not love it, but if he can get the job done, you'll learn to love it quickly. Because remember, when Jake Rogers got hurt and Dylan Dingler had to start catching, people were wondering, well, what's going to happen with Skubal, because Jake was Skubal's catcher, and then nothing happened because he was fine.
Yeah. Would you rather have somebody else called up for Trey Sweeney instead? Doesn't have to be at the same position.
I think that's another possibility. You wanted to go ahead and do that and bring up Max Anderson or How You Lee.
To debut?
Well, I mean, in addition to what I've already said, I don't.
Desperate times. It's funny if you look back.
Desperate times, it's also replacing somebody who's not giving you anything offensively. Jake Rogers is giving you nothing offensively, and Trey Sweeney is giving you nothing offensively.
Eugenio Suarez, right? He gets traded. That was the name we saw. He is hit for terrible average. He has had some pop in the bat out there in Seattle, but his OPS is 659. He's batting 182.
Yeah, his OPS was like 9-something before he got traded.
And now he hasn't done much. Ryan McMahon got traded to the Yankees. There was some talk about the Tigers going after him. He hit 16 home runs in Colorado. He's hit 3 in New York, and he's hitting 213 there. His OPS is 640. Nothing special. Ironically, probably the guy that we wish they went and got is Carlos Correa, because Correa has the ties to Hinch, and there was talk about him maybe signing in Detroit when he was a free agent, and he's been pretty damn productive for Houston. But I mean, there were some deals out there. The deals and the names they were associated with mostly have had mixed results. But your job isn't to do what everybody talks about. Your job is to do what's best for the team. And was there any discussion between the Tigers and Minnesota for Correa? I'd be intrigued. But hey, look,
exactly.
This sounds like we're giving up, and I'm not giving up. Like all we're doing is we're like doing the oh my god they blew it show already, and I'm not there yet. And I laid out all the reasons why. I hope this is just another one of those yuck, throw it in the garbage stretches where they'll get back to what they were earlier, but they'll do it at just the right time and go shooting into the playoffs on a hot streak.
My suggested moves aren't
like a boomerang. They need a boomerang right now.
My suggested moves are not to shake up the lineup. First of all, you have if Colt Keith is hurt for a long enough time where he has to be on a stint on the IL. Mm-hmm. If that's the case, then there's one corresponding move. The other moves I'm talking about are replacing guys that are backups.
Yeah,
we're talking about Jake Rogers and Trey Sweeney at this point. Not that they don't have something to contribute. Obviously, Sweeney is a decent fielding shortstop, and Jake Rogers is beloved by the pitching staff for his defensive skills and the way he calls a game. I understand that. But because the Tigers do have a former catcher as their manager who's a brilliant mind, I'll trust A.J. Hinch, but, I mean, the manager sometimes will call the pitches from the dugout anyway if you're going to help along a guy like Valencia if he is brought up. I'm just bringing it up because I think this team desperately needs to have somebody that can hit to just even come off the bench. And if you're talking about with how many games left are there? Nine games left?
9.
That if 2 of them you're asking for the backup catcher to start at most? Is it asking that much?
I mean, I
just want the bat.
I guess I think you just have to ask the catchers or the pitcher, excuse me, how much they would care. But
or just let Dylan Dindler catch the rest of the way, and Valencia's a right-handed bat out of the bench.
I mean, I think that would. You're looking at the risk of overdoing it every day, but well, what the hell at this point? I mean, they can't afford to do much other than to put their best lineup. Like they're getting to the point where they need to win damn games, and they can't. They're no longer. We were hoping they could ration stuff going into the postseason.
I'm just trying to win a World Series.
Shut up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, the ticket text irrational coming in. I don't see the Tigers winning another series the rest of the year. How do you think they're going to hold off Cleveland? Let alone make a playoff run. That's from Dan and Warren. Well, I mean, here's the thing, Dan. Honestly, have you seen the Tigers? This group of this collection of players play way better than this. Have you seen that? When they were playing way better than this, do you remember at the time I said there's going to come a time this season where we're going to long for them playing this well? We're going to look back and say, God, they were playing so well. Because they're bound to cool off. They're bound to go through some stretches where they look bad. And so, Dan, if they play like this, no. If they play like this, if they aren't scoring runs, and if their bullpen isn't holding people down, yeah, they're toast. But, you know, just as they weren't, when they were the best version of themselves, it wasn't sustainable, but they still could be pretty good. And when they're the worst version of themselves, I don't think this is going to define them. The question is are they going to pull out of it? Like, that's a legitimate question now.
I think what adds to all this is because they played so well throughout the season, and then the last 6 weeks, it's been so average. It's been just mediocre baseball. They got out to that massive lead, and then they've seen this 13.5 game lead drop now to 3.5 games. Had it been kind of hovering around 5 games the whole season, and then now here we are at 3.5. I don't know if we would be as panicked, although if they had just gotten swept by Cleveland, maybe we'd still be in the same spot. But I think a lot of this comes from the fact that they were so good for half the season. And then I think things started right before the All-Star break. Things started to change a little bit. But
was it the 06 team that stumbled into the postseason? They ended up blowing the division and went in as a wild card.
Yeah.
Josh and Warren says the last time they were this bad, the team came back red hot. So if this is the trend, they could switch it back on, but it's getting absurd to the point of how streaky they are. Yeah. I mean, I think Josh is more right than wrong. And the thing is, now even though they've got a 3.5 game lead still, they could be the team that runs out of games to get hot again. Like, you are running out of games to get hot. Yesterday was a big damn loss, man. Would have been 5.5 instead of 3.5. What a difference.
It's a huge difference.
Yep.